I'm Jessica Vaughn, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students, including children starting with our early learning programs and continuing with adults through our workforce programs.
I'm Karen Perez, the school board's vice chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of 24,000 people working at close to 250 sites across the county. Nuestro distrito es el séptimo más grande de los Estados Unidos y el tercero más grande del estado de Florida. Nuestro equipo está formado por 24 millones de personas que trabajan en cerca de 250 escuelas en todo el condado.
Our district is diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to meet or email any of our board members and follow our district on social media. School board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum 635 and Frontier Channel 32.
Meetings are also streamed live on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archive.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They are posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we are making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting of July 29, 2025 is called to order. Member Hahn will now lead us in a moment of reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you and good evening. Please join me in a moment of reflection. Thank you. Now please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member Hahn. I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Gray and a second by Member Washington. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights appear.
I'm on the other side now.
And it passes with Chair Vaughn away from the dais. Let the record reflect that Chair Vaughn is away from the dais at this meeting. We have 2 sets of minutes to be approved today. June 24, 2025, School Board Workshop, and July 8, 2025, School Board Meeting. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Member Gray and a second by Member Rendon. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Board members, I would like to go over the format of today's meeting. As a reminder, we are a nonpartisan board who believe all children can be empowered to learn, to succeed, and our decisions will be made with that understanding. To pave the way for efficient agenda statements and questions, board members will have 5 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterward, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back in the queue. Member Hahn will now read the board guidelines.
Thank you. As we begin this afternoon's meeting, please allow me to quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow all board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais.
This meeting can also be viewed with closed captioning on the live webcast, on cable TV, and on video monitors here in the auditorium. It can also be viewed with closed captioning in the online video archive.
We have 2 items scheduled for time certain. At 5:01, the hearing on policies or business, and 6 p.m., employees and student input.
Madam Chair, just one correction to the agenda. The 501 public hearing is actually on the budget, so the agenda is wrong on that. So the budget will be heard at 501, and at that, it would be my recommendation that wherever you are at 501, that you begin the public hearing.
Thank you. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive response to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about the responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board. We appreciate you taking your time to be here. You have the right to speak about any issue you like, and you will not be interrupted. However, any behavior intended to interrupt orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. We do request that you try to focus on the issues. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. This afternoon, each speaker will have 3 minutes. Reminder that your 3 minutes start when you begin speaking. When there are 30 seconds left, you will see a yellow light on the lectern and hear a chime. The red light and a chime will indicate when your time is up. I will now call up the first 5 speakers. First 5 speakers.
Do they know who they are?
Mark Clutho Largo. That's 501. You never seem to get that right. Here's your agenda. And the agenda from the Pinellas schools. They get all the figures, the amounts for the agenda items. You used to do that. Why can't you do that now? Is that such a big hurdle? So pathetic. The last time I was here, you had that moment of silence for the poor people in Texas. And as I stated, you are complicit and that suffering with those sick buildings that you've been making. For over 30 years, I've been bringing the science of high-performance passive solar building. And we get these headlines, we're heading into hurricane season unprepared. Storms like Milton will strike. Will we see them coming? The flooding in Texas is the future. We need to prepare for. We may fear coming changes in climate, but we're ill adapted to the one we have now. Well, see, the fact is like Churchill said, we shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us. Well, what you're doing is you are making the world that we are inhabiting now. And it's only going to get worse. Only going to get worse. What caused the extreme rainfall? Flooding in Texas Hill Country? Why, the hot water. What makes the hot water? Belching the carbon. What does that? Your stupid buildings. See, it's cause and effect. What follows from what? As I said, over 30 years, I've been bringing science that you continue to ignore. And here's the headline: Florida is growing unaffordable. Have politicians even noticed? I don't think you have.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, board members. I stand here today as a proud graduate of Wharton High School. I owe so much gratitude to this board for guiding me through so much, through COVID, through Member Combs' first term. I owe so much gratitude to my former principal, Mr. Mike Rowan, and also my current principal, Mrs. Karen Nanalo, for it had not would have been for them to be the steadfast hand at the wheel, I would not be standing in front of this board to acknowledge you. I am so deeply thankful for the work that you guys do. I respect your profession. I respect each and every one of you. Your work does not go unrecognized in my view. Being a school board member is no easy feat. As a godson of a former school board member, I understand. And I am so very thankful that I'm able to stand here. And I'm so thankful to so many. Because I love Hillsborough County. I've always been an advocate since I was 14 years old. And I do not plan on stopping. I plan on coming back after college and to be, as Superintendent Ayers calls it, Hillsborough strong. With that being said, thank you, board members.
Thank you. Can I get speakers 6 through 10 to line up? Next speaker, please.
Good evening, board. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak. My name is Jose Lucena Jr. I am a United States Marine Corps veteran. I'm also here part of the leadership of Magnified Voices, a Hillsborough County group of concerned citizens. I'm also the president of the Hillsborough County Democratic Veterans Caucus. I don't have any children in Hillsborough County schools, but I do have nieces and nephews whose parents would definitely be here if it didn't conflict with their work schedule. My topic that I'd like to talk about today is decensoring of the curriculum in Hillsborough County. As a Generation X queer person of color, I grew up in a school system that did not teach diversity and inclusion. I grew up in a society that it was not okay to be gay. As a result, I was bullied for many years, and at the age of 14 years old, I attempted suicide, which, by the way, is the second leading cause of death of children 10 through 14 years old. Growing up in that type of society did not make me straight. On the contrary, it made me hate myself. And the idea that we are indoctrinating children by teaching them diversity and inclusion is not only false, but it is an attempt to gaslight bigotry. Most of these books that are being banned are in high school curriculum. We can't sit here and pretend that a 14-year-old has the same level of innocence as a preschooler and an elementary school student. 34% of these books banned between 2023 and 2024 portrayed people of color or LGBTQ people. Only 13% of those books actually had any description of sexual acts on their pages. Most interestingly is 65% of these books address violence. 55% of these books address grief. 43% of these books address abuse. These are very real experiences on a lot of children and adolescents. We'll have groups that will stand here and ask you to ban these books and support the banning of these books, but they will do nothing in order to stop the violence in our schools, the gun violence. They will do nothing to end the days when these children have to go through active school shooting drills. As rational Americans, we need to do more to protect our children, not only from violence, but also from bigotry and isolation as marginalized community. We need to not allocate money to watchdog groups that will make sure that our curriculum is censored, but instead give this money to raise school teachers' salaries. We need to do more, and that's my ask from this board. Let's go ahead and challenge the state's banning of these books and these allocation of these funds and give it to these teachers, raise their salaries, and provide mental health for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Ayers. Rick Warner, former chair of your Financial Advisory Committee. We are all distressed by the long-term inadequate funding of K through 12 public education and of the lack of voter understanding of just how bad the situation is. The National Education Association releases an annual report each April on K through 12 education, which ranks the states and Washington, D.C. in a number of revenue and spending categories. Two of the most prominent statistics are revenue per student and average teacher salaries. Florida has consistently been ranked 50th in both average teacher and average instructional staff salaries. Florida's ranking in revenue per student had consistently been in the mid-40s until the last 3 years. It rose to 43rd in 21-22, 42nd in 22-23, and 34th in 23-24. I suspected something was seriously wrong when the 23-24 rankings came out. Comparing the numbers NEA used to the Florida Department of Education numbers, it appears that the $3 billion of 23-24 voucher funds are included in the numerator of the NEA calculation, but the corresponding number of students, voucher students, is not included. Adjusting for the discrepancies in the statistics brings Florida right back to the mid-40s in revenue per student. It would take about $8 billion more, and that's in excess of a 20% increase, to bring Florida's revenue per student to just the median among the states. The NEA and the FEA have both been advised of these discrepancies. To date, I have no response from either one, but I suspect that the statistics will be revised when they come out next April.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. This is my first time coming to one of these board meetings. I didn't even know that they existed, but I found my way because I have had a despicable experience at Canela Elementary. My son went there recently, and off and on for the whole year, there were serious and immoral events and issues. Back on September, just to keep it in short, so the teacher, the Duolingo teacher, snatched the bottle forcefully out of my son's hand and mouth while he was drinking it. I reached out to other parents, and then there also, one of the parents specifically right away, she said that her son was belittled by this teacher, and he was affected by it. I called that afternoon as soon as my son told me, after I picked him up, and called the office, which was after 4 or 3:30 about. I spoke to the assistant principal, which was the one available, and then I told her, this is what happened, what is this about, this has to be addressed immediately. So she told me, kind of coldly, oh, this must have been taken out of context. I know what I've raised. I know my son. I know what I've taught him to do, not do, communicate, and to be always honest and brave about things that happen, even if something that, he needs guidance from me. So long story short, I went the next day. I requested to speak to the principal immediately in person without an appointment. My son was not called to say what happened. She told me that she spoke to her, this and that. There was nothing directly, specified. She's like, oh, and then going on to the Duolingo, oh, this is a program. I was like, this is not what I'm here to talk about. My son is smart, he delivers. That's not what I'm here about. So then come another incident. My son was telling me that she was yelling up close over him, shut up, in Spanish. I called. I requested a meeting, actually. And then the principal said that there was always something. He went there because of choice. That's not his school within the neighborhood, but I chose to take him there because I had heard good things. And she said, there's always something. I'm going to go ahead and give you a warning for your choice, because there's always something, civility. It's nothing to do with civility. I'm speaking up of something that is immoral, should never happen. And this teacher was there the whole year, causing other things. I called downtown about her threatening to end the choice. Then I reached up all the way to the superintendent and the chief of schools, an email about this complaint. I gathered all texts from parents having issues with this teacher. The principal retaliated towards me, threatened to end the choice, and there was many things proven.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. I do want to say that I will pursue to the Department of Education with all of these, because this should never happen.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barb Tepke. I'm a retired teacher and I live in Tampa. I'm here to ask the district and the board to accept HCTA's proposals for fair pay and respect. I believe that the district and the board do respect and value their employees. The best way to demonstrate that is to pay them a fair salary. Voters in our county approved the referendum last November, which I understood was going to increase salaries. I remember that the slides on the superintendent's detailed PowerPoint showed that Hillsborough paid the lowest salaries of 4 surrounding counties, and that funds from the referendum would at least put Hillsborough in the middle of the pack. Those slides may have featured only teacher salaries, but we know that ESPs, educational support professionals, also deserve to earn a decent wage. These clerical and paraprofessional employees have some of the lowest base salaries in the district, which haven't changed in a while. One way to show ESP's respect is to not only continue the yearly step increases, but also to increase the starting salary so that all ESPs will benefit financially from the referendum funds and community support. I hope that our county schools will continue to recruit and retain highly qualified employees. I urge you to accept HCTA's proposals for a fair wage.
Thank you. Next speakers.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to start by thanking the board for the continuous efforts they put in for our education system. My name is Kimani Douglas, and I'm an advocate for Magnified Voices, and I am advocating for the correct development of the mind, for the inclusion of every single student in this nation, and the prevention of what some people have been calling censorship. As a student that is currently in this education system for at least 3 more years, I have had my share of unfair treatment in school. Many times I have questioned if I was really learning from what I was being taught. Over the years, I have seen lessons and curriculums change to make students and teachers feel more comfortable, at the expense of other students having their history invalidated or not even acknowledged in the first place. This is something I feel needs to stop. How can we expect students to know right from wrong when we can't even approach hard conversations in the classroom? Today, I stand before you, the board, and ask that you fight to make sure every student is seen and that their story isn't downplayed by the very place they are supposed to learn about it. I ask that you advocate for every student to be treated equally and for people's history to not be diminished or invalidated. We must teach hard topics in school. They help spread awareness and teach the young mind what is right and wrong. I also ask you to ask yourselves this. If we can't discuss hard topics in the classroom, then where can we discuss them at all? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. My name is Nate Kilton. I'm the mayor of the great city of Plant City. I'm happy to be with you today. I always like to say it's always a great day in Plant City. It's not always easy, but it's always a great day. And right now it's extra special because we're getting so close to opening the Plant City Technical College, and I couldn't be more excited about that. First and foremost, thank you for partnering with us in that. I couldn't be over the moon about it, what that's going to mean for workforce development in our community in East County. But I'm here specifically today to advocate for Mayor Rick Lott, our former mayor, and the naming for this facility. I know that the surveys were just completed last week and you're not going to vote until next month. I sent you all a letter, but I just feel so strongly about this and compelled that I needed to come and speak to you this evening about it. There's nobody that's more intimately involved in our community with this facility than Rick Lott, and that goes back a decade. Okay, it started with the Boosters Club at Plant City High School when Future Career Academy was started with he and some others, especially Yvonne Fry, and you're all familiar with that program. So proud of that genesis in Plant City and what that's doing for our community and county-wide now. And he's the chairman of the board of that now. In 2020, he advocated to the administration here and to the board for a career academy in Plant City. It was something that was part of his vision. It's part of his ethos as a person, right? So he grew up in humble means, but he started out as a copy repairman in Lakeland and eventually worked up the ranks and started with Danka Business Systems, built his own business that sold off to Xerox over the years, right? And so when you think about what's going to happen with this, and there's so many people, great names that have been put forward that need to be recognized and appreciated for their contributions that they're making. And I hope that we can do that for them in our high school and elementary school that need to come up here pretty quickly, and hopefully we can do that for them. But again, there's nobody more intimately involved with this facility than Rick. Okay, so imagine this. I just want to give some thought to what if. Future Career Academy event at this new facility, Rick's name on the building. He comes in as the chairman of the board of Future Career Academy and can tell the story about, I have been where you are right now. Right? Education isn't just about instruction, it's about inspiration. And that's what you get with Rick Lott. You're going to get that no matter if his name's on the building or not. But that's powerful. It's exciting. That is a gorgeous and elegant recipe for success. You put that together with Gary Graham, the new principal, and the support from our community, and we're going to hit home runs all day long. So I just needed to tell the story. Thank you for your consideration of this. I'll be back in August, but just want you to have some food for thought for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I get speakers 11 through 14? Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Sonia Martinez. I'm the mother of 3 Hillsborough County school students and also the public school liaison for Magnified Voices, a local organization serving families and schools across Hillsborough County. I wanted to speak about 2 things tonight: teacher contracts and teacher pay. Right now, we are less than 2 weeks away from a new school year, and many of our teachers still do not have finalized contracts. These are the very people who show up early, stay late, buy classroom supplies out of pocket, and pour themselves into our children every single day. The uncertainty regarding their employment is not just stressful, it's disrespectful to the profession and disruptive to our schools. Second, we need to be honest about compensation. Our teachers are not being paid what they deserve. Ranking 50th in the nation, they are being asked to do more with less year after year. While other industries have seen wage increases, educators who shape our future are constantly being told to wait, to sacrifice, to hang in there. Enough is enough. We cannot attract and retain high-quality teachers if we continue to undervalue them. Finalizing contracts now and ensuring that they reflect fair and competitive compensation is not just the right thing to do, it's necessary for the health of our schools and the success of our students. Our teachers are the backbone of this community. Please do not ask them to start another year feeling unsupported and unseen. Let's give them the respect, stability, and pay that they have long earned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can I get speakers 11 through 14 to line up? Speakers 11 through 14 to line up. Thank you. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Terry Cisco, and I'm proud to stand before you tonight on behalf of the Chamberlain High School Legacy Alliance with one simple message. Thank you. 7 years ago, we formed the Legacy Alliance out of a deep concern for a school we love. Chamberlain High School, once a jewel in this district, had lost its luster. There was no PTSA, no athletic boosters, and a band boosters group held together by just two parents doing their best. Chamberlain had heart, but it lacks a support system. So we made a commitment. If Principal Jake Russell could rebuild a school from the inside out, we would strengthen it from the outside in. We recognized that Chamberlain's true strength wasn't just in its past. It was in the passionate alumni, influential, generous, and determined to give back. Last year alone, the Legacy Alliance invested tens of thousands of dollars into programs, services, and resources to support our students and faculty. For those interested, I've put a detailed of how we use those funds, not for recognition, but as proof of our long-term commitment. But tonight isn't about what we've done, it's about what you've done. Thank you for listening. Thank you for taking our concerns seriously. Thank you for exceeding all of our expectations every step of the way. From the beginning, district leaders like Shay McCrae, Chris Farkas, and many others asked us be patient. And we were. And now, thanks to the leadership of Marcus Murillo and Scott Brooks, Chamberlain has been blessed with new programs and bold opportunities that are nothing short of transformational. You didn't just check boxes, you delivered in full. Our community's energized. We've been given everything we've hoped for and more. Everyone behind the scenes, from administrative offices to central maintenance, has treated us with professionalism, urgency, and genuine care. I want to especially recognize two extraordinary individuals, Calvin Mack and Thua Neely of Central Maintenance. Their support and responsiveness has been superlative. So I'll close with this promise. The Chamberlain High School Legacy Alliance will do everything in its power to ensure these new programs succeed, just as we've done with 3DE, which has already been a game changer for our students. Chamberlain's rising, and together, in partnership, we're writing its next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alan Brewster, board members, superintendent. When I signed up for public speaking, my topic was leadership, action. And if you've heard the previous person talk about the lack of action with her son at the school, and I want to say this, that the leadership at the school is important, not just for education, but dealing with issues that are brought up. Now, I've said this before. We've been in Hillsborough County Public Schools for 10 years, and we've dealt with at least 9 principals. Out of the 9, 2 out of the 9 did their job. And that's a very small number compared to how many schools that are in Hillsborough Public Schools. And we know parents that are dealing with situations right now where the principal has failed to take the appropriate action. Bullying, that's a big topic that they don't act on it. And it goes the box goes unchecked until it gets so big, that snowball gets so big that you can't stop it. And I will say this, human resources, the district personnel that are vetting these principals, they need to do better because they're falling short. You keep shuffling the lemons, putting the old lemons up front, the bruised lemons up front. It's not working. And it's kind of like falling on deaf ears. It's I know APs that wanted to be principals. They got looked over for whatever reason. I believe it was political because they was helping out the Brewsters. Oh, I do believe that. And don't think that it doesn't happen, because it does. I've seen a lot of stuff in this school system that I really just don't talk about. But there's stuff that's happening. But you guys need to do a better job at selecting principals and making sure they're high quality. Every student should get a principal that's a high quality A. And education coming out of that school should be high quality. It should be no tolerance from teachers doing stuff they have no business doing. Teach. You're not the disciplinary. Teach.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Tina Williams-Brewster, and today's topic is going to be communication. Yes, I'm back to that again. So as we start the new year, I implore all the newly elected staff, old, new, young, to really think about how you're going to engage parents along this journey of communication. We've been coming here for 10 years now. Communication is still missing. All these new changes, I shouldn't have to hear about it from parents. I should hear about it from the top. You're only as strong as the weakest link. Communication, parents are not the enemy. We are supposed to be bridges. We're supposed to be connectors. The school websites are deplorable. They're not up to date. They're not current. I should be able to look on the school's website and know information. We're telling our students, students don't have jobs. They're not responsible for getting their school supplies. They're not responsible for anything. So why aren't you involving parents? Parents are here. They're your biggest allies or your biggest foes. You all can decide. And listen, this sweeping under the rug, we keep new. I've heard at this point, talk is cheap. Put your money where your action is. You all want better pay? As my husband stated, teach. Bullying is a spot that you all keep ignoring, wiping it under the rug. It's not going to go away. Parents send you their best. I have 6 kids. 4 have graduated. I have 2 left. But I'm not done. Ding, ding. I'm a grandma now, so you think I'm coming even harder. I have godchildren, so I'm still around. But I really would like to challenge you. Those parents that, oh my God, there's so much, actually listen to them. They're to help you get better. My husband and I, we don't do this for fun. We don't get paid for this. I could be doing other stuff. I choose to fight for the children and for parents who don't have the time. I'm blessed. I'm able to stay home. I'm able to do the research. I'm able to be on committees. Parents need answers. Parents need communication. Communication is not just, when we decide we're going to make it up. There should be a parent committee at every school tackling these little problems before they get to the board. We've said that. There should be a bullying box. I implore the principals, the bullying, they're not handling it. I get phone calls in the middle of the night. For years, parents are scared. They just know I don't care anymore. You can't hurt me. I can't be fired. I can't be bullied. You can't persuade me. Things need to change or we're going to get left behind.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Gianni Hunt, and I'm here again today to speak on behalf of Magnify Voices, a concerned citizens group out of Hillsborough County. I want to first express my appreciation to the members of the board who listened, who truly listened. We asked for clarity on the impact of the withheld funds, and you ensured we got it. I especially want to thank those who persisted and asked the hard questions. That kind of courage is what we expect and what we demand from elected officials. While the release of those funds is a victory, this battle is far from over, because this isn't just about budget. It's about protecting the very motto that we stand here, preparing students for life. When public dollars already allocated are held back with undisclosed conditions, we are entering dangerous territories. The Florida 25-26 budget also signals danger. The budget includes significant funding for programs that introduce revised standards and endorsements incentives, which collectively influence the history and civic instructions taught in our public schools. One of the best educators I know said this to me: "Frankly, I am terrified, Gianni. I love teaching and I love my students, but all it takes is for the wrong book to be on my shelf, and I simply can't afford it." Let's break it down. Florida has allocated $4 million for civics literacy captains. These captains act like gatekeepers, limiting educators' ability to teach full and truthful history. $2.8 million for civics professional development, specifically tied to new history and civic standards. Another $10 million for $3,000 civic stipends, which sounds amazing, and I'm for bonuses. But when we learn that they are tied to these endorsement programs that demand alignment with the revised standards, it is something to be reconsidered. This is almost $20 million that will not go to teacher salaries. This isn't an investment in education, it's an incentive for compliance. Our tax dollars should go to teachers. They should empower educators, not silence diverse perspectives or prioritize ideology over inquiry. Books are not the threat. The real danger lies in turning classrooms into echo chambers where tough questions are off limits and history is sanitized. So today, I ask that you publicly commit to protecting educational integrity from political coercion and continue asking the hard questions, even when the answers make other people uncomfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of public comment. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. The consent agenda has been approved. Now I will call on Superintendent Ayers to highlight our administrative appointments.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So board members, there were 2 principal appointments on the consent agenda this afternoon, so I want to take a moment to highlight those. If we get their pictures up on the screen. We're going to start with Allison Wright, the new principal of Brandon High. Allison, if you could stand up and make your way to the front, please. So lots of support here for Allison. I see the Brandon wrestling team's back there. Wrestlers, stand up. Where's the wrestling team at? Absolutely. Well, let me get through, and then you guys can come on up. I tell you what, come on up. Students at Brandon, come on up. While you guys are coming up, let me read off Miss Wright's career here in Hillsborough County. So Allison Wright began her teaching career in Hillsborough County in 2014, teaching reading and English at Spodo and Riverview high schools. 2019, she accepted a position as Dean of Discipline at Parish Community High School in Bradenton. So she was in Manatee County for just a little bit, and she had to come back home, though. 2022, she came back to Hillsborough County Public Schools and was appointed AP of Student Affairs at Sumner. And Ms. Wright was then appointed as assistant principal for curriculum at Brandon High School in 2023, where she is currently serving. So moving from the AP of curriculum at Brandon to the new principal of Brandon High School, Allison Wright. Congratulations, Allison. So we're going to get some pictures. Get some pictures. Come on up. Of course, Dr. Klein is here. Yeah, let's get up. Yeah. Yeah. Family's here. Congratulations to Allison, and board members, she replaces Dr. Klein, who was at Brandon, who moved to Gaither last board meeting, I think. So Brandon is in good hands, and I know she's been underneath Dr. Klein for the last couple of years, so look forward to Allison's leadership at Brandon. Congratulations. One more appointment, and that is the new principal of Martinez Middle School, Dr. Anthony Jones. Anthony, come on, stand up. Come on to the front here. So Dr. Jones has served Hillsborough County Public Schools for the past 28 years. He began his career teaching social studies and coaching at Buchanan Middle School and Gaither High School, where he was then promoted to assistant principal. He transferred to Hillsborough High School in 2008 as an assistant principal. 2011, he was appointed the principal of Walker Middle School. He was also appointed principal of Slive Middle School in 2018. And Dr. Jones was appointed principal at Coleman in 2023, where he was serving. But now, Dr. Anthony Jones, the new principal of Martinez Middle School. Congratulations, Anthony. Congrats, buddy. And Madam Vice Chair, those are our principal appointments this afternoon.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. The following items will now be heard: C-102, C-206, C-501, C-701, C-702, C-708, C-1001, C-1003, and C-1006. (102) Request for proposal, driver's education vehicle lease. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll see how many items we can get through before our 5:01 stop time. So this one here is driver education, is offered at all 29 high schools and taught by teachers certified by the Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle Drivers Education Licensing Assistant Program and Florida Department of Education. This new lease agreement will enable us to provide fully equipped cars for the driver education program. Madam Vice Chair, that is item 102, and of course, Mr. Brady and Ashley Capucci is here as well if there are any questions regarding item 102.
I need a motion and a second to approve item C-102. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Washington. Member Vaughn pulled this item, and Member Combs? Okay.
Thank you, Member Press. I just had a couple comments on this item. I think it's just important for, our district to know. I mean, I think it's great that the state passed a law to make sure that 15 to 17-year-olds would take the safety course, a 6-hour safety course. I think that's really, really important. It's a great law that's passed, and that has to take online or in person, and that means that our district is going to have to deal with more of that, which is a good thing. But this really, what it does, it brings, we've been fortunate enough to have 6 vehicles in every driver's ed high school right now. But because of funding and the cost of renewing our leases, we are going from 6 to 3. So we're going to less when there's a time where there's so much more of a demand. And we talked about that. So I just think for transparency, I thought our driver's ed teachers, our principals need to know that, because as emails come to us, they have to realize that it's really not it's not our fault, it's a funding issue, because we're unable to keep the 6, even though I know you talked about that most districts only have 3 and that we're going to be in compliance, but it's just a hard time. We're going from 6 cars to 3 cars, and all of a sudden there's a new law that we have to comply with. So under transparency, I just wanted to bring that to the board. And I don't know if you had any comment, Ms. Capucci, and thank you for your meeting and all of that.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I as we look at these items, I agree with Member Combs that we do need more vehicles on property with our students. It is a critical time. We do have students across our entire district that need to have, even prior to this new law changing, need to have more access to have driver's education. We do see less students driving at age 16 because of the accessibility to vehicles, to insurance, to et cetera. But I also want to make sure that we as a district are being as responsible as we can. I know Ms. Capucci put this out there for an RFP and there was no response. I think that we have to look within ourselves. How are we doing our RFPs and how are we reaching out to accessibilities within the community? The average price for this vehicle lease is about $548 per month per lease. They're Durangos. We all know that there are possibly other vehicles that could be at less cost, but we don't know because this was the only person that answered our RFP. So with that being said, what are we doing internally to make sure we're going out for the best cost-effective measures beyond just sending out a note, we're open? I think we have to look within our internal. So this is not the very first RFP that the staff have come back and said there's no one else. Then what are we doing to advertise? What are we doing to recruit? That's got to be part of our overall look to make sure we're doing that. As of right now, I don't think we are. We're not going outward and bringing in those vendors to really look at it. I don't want to say that that's not happening across the board, but I think we do have to make an effort to do that. I see Shani Hall here. She's out constantly looking at different vendors and different things that we're doing. And I think we have to do that with every department to make sure what we're doing, because that's, if I went to get a lease, that would be very high. And it would be a large vehicle that I personally would not be purchasing. So I think we have to make sure we take all of those things into consideration because those decisions affect what our students' access to those services are. And so we need to make sure that we're doing the best effort we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Things have truly changed because in driver's education we had, it's hard to teach a driver's ed class with 3 cars. I mean, that's very difficult to do. And not only that, with 1 or 2 teachers. We looking over, driver's ed is very important. I taught driver's ed for 17 years. And driver's education is very important in students' life. In all our lives. If you can't drive, you're in deep trouble. But it's so important for us to look at trying to find a way how we can get more cars in the district. Because as I go around and I look, sometimes you got 1 person teaching driver's ed. It's no way you can teach driver's ed the proper way. It's no way, people. You can't. Because you have to be in traffic, you have to be on the range, and you have to be in the classroom. And 1 person can't do that.
Can't be alone with a student.
Yeah, that's right. You can't. Right. You can't leave the students just out on the range or just somewhere with somebody. So we got a lot of work to do, and we got a lot of work to do with those cars to see can we get something going so we can have more cars and hire more people in driver's education. I think that's so important to have the right people in driver's ed because safety is important. You got to have safety, and I'm glad the state came out with that. So thank you, Vice Chair.
You're welcome. And yeah, you taught me how to drive, and I still got my driver's license. I'm telling you. and I still have safe driver in my driver's license. Yeah, I don't know. He's good. Maybe we could get him up on the range. Seeing no further comments, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. The next item is 206, contract amended for Victory Charter Schools, Tampa 6 through 12. And Superintendent Ayers will highlight this.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So this is the contract amendment for Victory Charter School, Tampa 6 to 12, and this is a change of address. Charter law permits a charter to be modified upon recommendation of the sponsor of the charter school's governing board and approval of both parties to the agreement. Victory Charter School Tampa 612 request to relocate. So this agenda item again is just a relocation from 13901 Sheldon Road, Tampa, to 10308 Cardera Drive in Riverview. So that is 206. And Mr. Murillo, I think you have some additional data that I'd like for you to share, please.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. So right now we are, as all of you know, every time we go through a change of address, relocation, or closing of a charter, we monitor where the students are enrolling. When this actually came out and they put for this recommendation, we already had our projections. So out of the 318 students that were there, we only have half of them that actually already registered. The good thing is that we're monitoring is a lot of our students are staying in the area. They're staying between Citrus Park Elementary, Smith Middle School, and Sickles High School. But we also have the Student Placement Office, Matt Romanos, and his staff monitoring. We still have 176 kids that they haven't registered that we're going to be looking. We're looking at every single week around where they're enrolling, but at this moment they're staying in the area, knowing that the relocation is going to be from Sheldon Road and Citrus Park to Riverview.
Thank you, Mr. Murillo, and that is 206, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 2.06. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Washington. Member Gray, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments? Okay.
Oh, okay. Did you want to speak first? Oh, okay. So first I want to thank the CEO, Mr. Hernandez. I had the opportunity to get a little bit more information, and you know, when you talk about rents or leasing buildings, it is going very, very high. So it's understandable that the move was necessitated. But a shout out, you know, this particular school, the ELA has risen by 30 points, the English language and arts, and it's an IB-aligned school, and all teachers are certified, and they're using our, and this goes to Mike Rowan, they're using our student code of conduct. And what I have to ask is only one question, and Angela, hopefully you will have the answer. And this is true of our own district. When you have up to 70%, in our case, almost 50%, but when you have almost 70% of Hispanic ELL learners that may or may not have the level of interpretation, what resources does this particular school have, be it human or tangible, to interface and help those students with a language barrier?
So they do have their ELL certifications, and then they do participate in all of the district trainings that we do offer. And we monitor them every month. So you know, our ELL teachers are out there also. So district resource teachers are also out there supporting the school.
So our district teachers go to this particular school?
We have 2 ELL teachers that we pay for out of administrative charter fees to support our charter schools and keep them in compliance, yes, and monitor them.
Okay, all right, well, that's the answer to that. But I also want to remind Mr. Hernandez that our surrounding schools, you've got a lot of competition. You've got Alonzo's in A school, Hillsborough High School B, Walker Middle, Magnets in A, and Progress Village is an A, Spoda High School is a B, and Junta is a C. But nonetheless, I think this man, this CEO, Mr. Hernandez, you've done a marvelous job thus far. So I thank you for that and the work that you put into victory. Thank you. That was all.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Combs?
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. You know, this charter school specifically is in my neighborhood, and I drive by it almost every day. And I remember several years ago when I first came on the board, they closed and reopened under a different name. They've gone through quite a few changes. And just in the last meeting that we had last month, they were putting their contract together, but they weren't moving. Is that correct? When they came last month, were we looking at they put their elementary and their middle school together, and then now they're coming the next month with a different address? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So they have 2 MSID sites on one location, and so one They amended to a K-12, and then the other one, they were looking at that, but then in the middle of the board item being pulled or delayed, they lost the lease on the other space. So they decided to just continue on with what they were previously doing, which is operate one MSID as a K-5 school, and then continue to operate the other one as a 6-12, but they'll only be serving grades 6 through 8 there next year.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that was my concern. I kind of saw that last month. I felt like that was going to happen, and then it happens, and it always concerns me because here you have 156 students that we don't know where they are. You know, families are maybe they're out of town, they're coming back into town thinking they're going to start school, and all of a sudden this school is closed. I think this is why it's really important. As a district, when we're looking at repurposing schools, we let our communities know for well ahead, a year ahead of time to know. So this last minute, I think, is quite unfortunate for community members because I live right by there. I think of all the parents who are invested, kids who are going into 5th grade, and now they don't even know that. This is something that I think we need to look at and make sure if this does happen, our community knows ahead of time. I did have one question. I feel bad because usually I try to let you know ahead of time. The only question I was looking at, reviewing some of these contracts, and on page 5 of the contract, what I'm wondering is I see the same number of students consistently. I see a fund balance consistently of 70,000, 75,000, and then 2024, 2025. You don't have to answer this to me right now. How does the fund balance go from 75,000 and all of a sudden to 403,000 in just a short time? So you don't have to answer that now. It's kind of like the last time we were looking at a charter. Like, I'm just wondering why that happened. How did that happen? If you know now, that's fine. If you can get back with me, to me, that kind of just draws some concern for me, you know?
Board members, it is 5:01, and so if we could hit pause on this agenda item, and if you, so we need to go into the budget public hearing, and we can come back to this. But
Okay. That's it. I mean, I don't know if there's any, I guess we'll pause since we're at 5:01. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my question, if we can look into that. And I know you answered the last one when there was such a huge funding for salaries. I just look at all these contracts, but my biggest concern is, you know, parent choice. Parents are going to choose what they want to choose. Parents need to be notified ahead of time to find out this way. It's such a, you know, all of a sudden you're at Citrus Park, now your school's at River.
We're going to go into the,
You know, it's
we're going to come back.
Yeah.
We're going to come back into this item. Okay, we're going to, yeah, we're going to now hear E01, the first public hearing on the millage rates and the tentative budget for 2025-2026 fiscal year. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. School board members, we present to you and our community the 2025-2026 millage rates and proposed tentative budget, also known as the first public hearing for the millage rates and tentative budget. Our budget includes all government and proprietary funds of the district and the proposed tax rate.
At this time, I'll adjourn the regular school board meeting and open the public hearing on the millage rates and tentative budget for the fiscal year 2025-2026. Mr. Jamie Lewis, Chief Financial Officer, will now present.
Good evening, and thank you for the finance team being able to present here tonight. I want to make a special thank you to the board members and staff for helping us get this together. Not only did they have to put up with a new CFO this year, but they've done a tremendous amount of work. This is a very unique budget season for us. Happened to be my first year, so I'm thankful for that. But it was something we're still working through, and we'll make that, go ahead and let you know that we're still waiting on the fourth calculation from the state of Florida, and that's a critical part as we consider things here tonight. As of anything with our budget, our district's goal to prepare each student for life is a goal that we have in building each budget as we think about how do we help that and help each student. And so as we do that, we try to be as transparent as possible and as efficient till we accomplish that mission with the student in mind. Tonight we'll be addressing two different things. The first will be surrounding our millage rates, and then we'll discuss the budget in a few minutes. As announced earlier this month and approved by the board, the district published in the Tampa Bay Times our Truth in Millage, and it appeared on Sunday, July 27th, detailing the items we'll be discussing here tonight. The trim law, which was enacted in 1980, and the requirements are detailed in Florida statute under Section 200. The statute does require school districts to advertise, as mentioned a minute ago, the proposed millage rates and budgets annually. Each of these include three main areas: the required local effort, discretionary millage, and the capital outlay millage. The trim process informs the public of what is occurring in legislative processes which determine the property taxes. Florida state law provides an opportunity for the public input and for governing of taxing of these authorities to state the reason for the proposed changes in our taxes and in the budget. The Florida Department of Ed sets the millage rates for local school boards must levy in order to participate in the Florida Education Finance Program. The school board has no discretion to set the millage rates different than what has been authorized by the Florida Department of Education. The law is very specific in defining the process and the timetable to be followed in adopting the property tax millage rates in the budget, which we will discuss here this evening. The numbers reflected in the first public hearing tonight are based on the budget and the second calculation that was received recently by the Florida Department of Education. It is important to know that these numbers are just a tentative budget, and then the final hearing will be later in September. And we are still closing out the 24-25 school year, and so as we finish that out, as in our normal process, we'll be able to have more accurate numbers and a more defined budget will be had at the final hearing later on, which we'll discuss in a few minutes. As we look ahead, we wanted to remind the board and the public of what is our next step. So we're here tonight on the 29th, and we're talking about the first hearing, and we're discussing that. By July 30th, we'll have a proposed millage rate, and a final hearing date will be provided to the property appraiser's office so they continue their work. On September 9th, we will be having our final public hearing, and then by September 10th, the district will be the adopted budget will be submitted to the Florida Department of Education, Department of Revenue, and the property appraisers and tax collector of Hillsborough County. I think it's always good to see what things have transitioned as we look in our past and then as we can reflect about what's occurring today. And so the slide that you see before you is our historical millage rates. And as you can see, over the last couple of years, it has varied in some degree. The one thing that we do want to note that is especially different for the year that's upcoming was the voted millage that was approved for us and already enacted to provide salary enhancements and education program enhancements to our district. I think that's a wonderful thing, and it's been a great tool and asset for our employees. But we did want to make that note, and so as you consider this year over year, please note that a 1 mil was added this year that has not previously been there in years past. As we consider the different mills that have changed from last year to this year, we want to note a couple of different changes that does impact the overall millage rate for Hillsborough County. The required local effort did decrease slightly of 1.15% from last year to this year. Our discretionary operating of 0.748 remains the same as last year. A required local effort prior period funding adjustment, we did not have one this year, and that is kind of a year-to-year situation with the state, and so we do not have that for the 25-26 proposed budget. And then overall for our operating fund, last year was a 3.888 total mills, and this year it will be 3.84 for a slight change as noted above. In addition to that, our local capital outlay is remaining the same at 1.5. We do have the additional voted millage of 1.0, and overall the total mills will change from 5.388 to 6.34. That's an increase of almost a full mill at 0.952, or a 17.67% increase since last year. One thing that I think is very helpful is, what does all this mean? And so as we look at this, we wanted to make this a simple illustration of what does it mean for the public. If you have a home that's valued at $200,000 and you receive the homestead exemption of $25,000, your taxable value is now $175,000. We take that and we divide that by 1,000, which is the mill, and that equals the 175. We times that by the millage rate that we're presenting here tonight of 6.34. And so in the end, what that means is if you own a home that's valued at $200,000, an individual will pay $1,109.50 in property taxes to Hillsborough County Public Schools. Madam Chair, the Finance Department in Hillsborough County is presenting to you tonight our recommendation for 25-26 to adopt the proposed millage rate as follows. It's recommended to the board adopts the tentative state required local effort millage rate of 3.092 mils. It is recommended that we adopt the discretionary operating millage rate of 0.748 mils. It's recommended that we adopt the local capital improvement millage rate of 1.5, and it is recommended that there is no mills dedicated to debt service millage rate. This is a total millage rate of 6.34 mils, including the voter-approved millage, and that is our recommendation to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone present who wishes to address the board concerning the proposed millage rates or rollback rate? Mm-hmm.
Mark Clutho. You know, the big problem here is that money that you are allocating to the capital outlay. You know, past says so much for the future. And we can see what's going to happen. It doesn't look pretty. It will be money squandered. Money squandered. And when you take that taxpayer money and you throw it down the hole, it doesn't come back. It's a doggone shame. More to come.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to adopt the fiscal year 2025-2026 millage rates as presented. I have a motion by Member Rendon and a second by Member Washington. Board members, do you have any questions or comments specifically regarding the proposed millage rates or rollback rates as presented?
And board members, I'll just say this is just the millage. Following this, there'll be an actual public hearing on the actual budget. So if you have questions, this is only about the millage. The next public hearing, which immediately follows this, is about the actual budget.
Member Gray? Oh, okay. All right. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes. Mr. Lewis, please continue.
Thank you for that. As we move into our second half, as Mr. Porter had mentioned a minute ago, now we'll be discussing the 25-26 tentative budget. A couple of things that we want to bring to the attention to the board as we consider this is, number one, this is just a tentative budget. We'll have the final hearing in about a month, and that will be our final budget, and many things are still working. One of those main realities is that we haven't finished the year yet, and so as we close out the year, we'll have firmer numbers. That helps us in a lot of things. A lot of assumptions are built into the tentative budget because that's what we have to go on, but there's substantial data that helps us build those. We'll have more final numbers as we build the final budget. One of the things that we are monitoring and that most folks are dealing with is tariffs and inflation costs, and obviously those are things that could impact the budget quickly. A couple of things that we wanted to bring to your attention as we consider tonight's tentative budget is there is a couple of general assumptions that we do want to make. The first one is after getting the second calculation from the state and the legislative changes for this coming year, the BSA, or the base student allocation, did increase from $5,330.98 to $5,372.60, but that only resulted in a $41.62 increase per FTE, which is a 0.78% increase. That is our main driver as we look at our budget, and it allows us as we operate that, and I'll remind you that does assist both us and charter schools. The revenue assumptions that we do have we are funded by three main groups as we consider our sources. We have those from state sources, and those are appropriation funding formulas from state categoricals to other miscellaneous state resources. We have our local, which we just talked about in our millage, from property taxes, among other things. And then we have our federal resources, and those are things that we get from our Medicaid programs, federal programs, and ROTC. And there's many more to add to each of those areas. But we wanted to note that our funding comes from those three main sources each and every year. As we consider this year's budget, we wanted to note a couple of things that are changes that we are aware of and things that are both challenges and assumptions that we've made. The first one is our healthcare increase for the district alone will be approximate $25 million increase for the 25-26 school year. The other thing that's important to note as we consider the budget is that $48 million will be removed from the general fund, so we can qualify for self-insurance. That's a goal this district has had for quite a while, and now we have the funding sources to do that, and that will be something that the district will be pursuing as we have talked in previous meetings about. Our FRS, our retirement system, that has been approved. There's been a slight increase to that, which is a really good thing for our employees, but then a cost to the district, and that's estimated at $5 million. And as I mentioned a minute ago, we are still closing out the year, and that will provide more data for us to understand increases that we're seeing due to inflation, utility costs, tariffs, and et cetera. As we consider tonight's budget, we wanted just to highlight a few things. And again, as we get to the final budget within the end of the month, there will be a lot more details that are available. Total revenue, tonight we're looking at approving a budget of total revenue of $4.4 billion, and that is $2.6 billion for the general fund. One thing to note, the state funding for both Charter and Hillsborough County combined is going to be a slight decrease projected from last year of almost $498,000, as we disclosed in the workshop recently. Projected ending fund balance is a good note for us. We will project to end this year at $290 million, which is 16%, which is slightly up from what we projected earlier in the year. But because of changes and the $48 million that will be removed, that fund balance is projected to end 25-26 at $206 million, which is an overall 10% fund balance. And I think that's important to know as we consider the tentative budget and head toward the final budget. As mentioned earlier, there's be more discussion and more information provided as we move through this process. But the one thing that we don't want to forget is the announcement of our final public hearing for 25-26, and that'll be Tuesday, September 9th, 2025 at 5:01 here at Rostack in the same location we are here tonight. With that being said, we're welcome to questions, but the Finance Department is recommending the 25-26 tentative budget to the board. We are recommending to adopt the tentative budget of $4,461,049,316, and we ask that you consider that. We recommend the approval of the resolution for adopting the millage rates and the budget. We authorize staff to perform all necessary tasks to ensure the tasks are in compliance with the truth and millage or the trim requirements of Florida Statute Chapter 200, and then we ask for approval of the final hearing date of September. Madam Chair, that is our recommendations to you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Is there anyone present who wishes to address the board concerning the 2025-2026 tentative budget?
While the speaker's coming up, Mr. Lewis, what is the exact date in September? Do you have that set?
Yes, sir. It's September 9th, I believe.
Okay.
September 9th, 2025.
Thank you.
Mark Clutho. First of all, any money to charter schools and vouchers is a complete waste and fraud. But here, the board, $2,844,000? Outrageous. General administration, $12,400,000? Outrageous. And school administration, $143 million? Oh boy. And then facilities acquisition and construction, $471 million. Boy, now you know what that means. A lot of carbon into the atmosphere. Oh, yeah, you'll be breeding more hurricanes. Yeah. Oh, sick. Fiscal services, $10,500,000. Central services, $225,000. Operation of plant, $184,500,000. Maintenance of plant, $36 million. Debt service, $66 million. Boy, I'll tell you, you know, you using the word budget, that's a crime. That's literally a crime. You're all drinking out of those little bottles up there. Takes more water to make them than they hold. And you're going to use the word budget? You're wearing coats and the air conditioning doesn't stop running. And you're going to use the word budget. The planet is burning. You can't use the word budget.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, all. I'm Brittany Wegman, Executive Director for Hillsborough Classroom Teachers Association, and I just want to give kudos to the finance team and encourage this board to approve the budget, as I see you've allocated $123 million more in instructional salaries than you spent in your last annual financial report that was reported to the state, and we look forward to seeing you in negotiations tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alyssa White, and I'm the Climate Justice Organizer with Florida Student Power. And we have a few of our members here. This is their first school board meeting, so this was really important for them to kind of understand what the budget was about, like what different lines are in the budget and things like that. And I feel like we didn't really learn much sitting in this room today. I feel like this meeting should have broken down the budget a little bit more for us instead of just presenting a giant screen that we couldn't really read. So I do suggest in the future or at the next meeting to kind of walk us through it a little bit more, just because we can't really comment on something that we don't understand. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, do you have any comments or questions regarding the budget? Motion. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Gray and a second by Member Combs. Board members, do you have any questions or comments regarding the 25-26 tentative budget? Member Combs? Oh, Member Gray?
Thank you very much, Member Perez. And I want to say a shout out, and we're also very, very, with a lot of gratitude. Susie Garcia has been with our district, our finance team, for 36 years. I'd like to recognize her, and let's give her a big hand for her many years of service. And we are going to miss you. Susie, when are you leaving? So how do you feel about your last board meeting? This is it, right?
Sorry about that. This is it. I'm kind of excited.
Yeah, that's a
board meeting. Yay!
All right. Well, I won't be asking you any questions. You can kind of take it easy right now. But I will ask Jamie Lewis a few questions. When we talk about the fund balance, which is going to be a big subject tonight from the CTA, and many of us have received letters. You know, we know that with all the players to decrease our budget, including, and I'm just mentioning a few, absenteeism, homeschool, Florida Empowerment Scholarship, you may want to separate that because there's a lot of money going down there, will be removed, possible reductions of Medicaid, base student allocation. So many factors show, and we're not even mentioning possible hurricanes / tornadoes. Now that's a new thing coming. But with all of the factors that promise to decrease the ability for us to be a school district that has a viable general fund, how and what rationale do you have to say to CTA and all those concerned folks out there, why a high fund balance at this time? We're at 10%, and you tell us.
That's a great question. I think the fund balance is there for a lot of reasons. I think it's there that if we have the excess funds, as we have recently, provide what we can and as much as we can, and that benefits our people and our schools and our education programs. I do think that as we see maybe some different times in education, and again, I come from the higher ed world, was a little bit different than K-12, but nonetheless we're seeing changes, and I think we saw that through the recent scare of the potentially having the federal funds withheld or frozen. They were never told we weren't getting them, but that was something that we had to weather the storm if it was to occur. I think a healthy fund balance allows the district to not have to make rapid decisions when something unexpectedly happens, like maybe a hurricane or the loss of potential funding. It allows us to come up with a game plan, a strategy of how we want to address that. And that gives the district time to make the appropriate decision. I think having quick, rapid decisions sometimes are not the best. And I think the fund balance allows us to do that. But I do think if there's availability, we should be able to use that. But a 10% fund balance, I believe, is something that is healthy for our district.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sure other board members agree to have that healthy fund balance for many, many reasons. But when we think about the possibility of less FTE, and perhaps, Mr. Lewis, you can just share an estimated reduction when we look at the Florida Empowerment Scholarships, which we don't have the actual data, but what's the possibility, what's the possible loss to our district for these students not giving us the FTE value?
I think right now, I think it's very important to note we don't have the fourth calculation. So that's a missing kind of void between what we had in the third calculation, which was much earlier in the springtime, to what we have in the second calculation for this year, which was just released a few days ago. If we look at the third calculation, Hillsborough County, and I want to make sure you know that that's all kids in Hillsborough. That includes charter schools, Hillsborough County schools, and Florida Empowerment Scholarship recipients. In the third calculation, it was 237,316 FTE. In the second calculation, the total was 237,811 FTE, or if I can sum that up, about 495 increase in FTE from last year's third calculation to this year's second. So what does all that mean? It means our enrollment for the county is staying about the same from the data that we're showing right now that the state helps provide to us. In saying all that, we do see some shifts inside the different groups inside Hillsborough. And so in the third calculation, the Florida Empowerment Scholarship had an FTE of 22,485. In the second calculation, which is the one we built the tentative budget off of, it's 26,706 for roughly a 4,221 FTE increase. And so that alone, and we're working with our charter schools to see where they're going to be at this year, and they're right now projected to be a little bit higher than they were last year. And so all of those make a play for the dollars that are available for Hillsborough County. And as I just mentioned, if the total FTE remains roughly the same from the third calculation to where we're at right now, then those dollars are being split somehow, but there's other sources that are growing. So we're monitoring that. Looking forward to our schools opening in just a couple of weeks. We're hearing encouraging things. I think our enrollment's going to be strong, and it's our hope that we'll increase it, and we're looking at opportunities to increase our enrollment beyond that.
Yeah, and that's the main part of the game, is to compete and to grow our population. And big special thanks to Stephanie Heaton also for getting those paychecks figured out and given to the teachers and staff early. One other thing, you talk about the plan because having a healthy fund balance gives us the latitude of time where we don't have to necessarily lay off folks. We can go ahead and pretty much stay above the emergency funds, et cetera. So one of your plans, I just want you to explain it because I think it's pretty eclectic. You talk about the personnel, and you're going to pilot to manage the vacancies, the teacher vacancies. In this pilot, I mean, we're looking at over, 400 and something teacher vacancies. I might be wrong. I don't have the exact number, but that's a lot of vacancies. Can you share with us this pilot that you're putting together?
So I can't speak to our past, but moving forward, we'll use data as a main resource to build in any type of budget that we have that we present to you. I think that's a critical key. And then also partnerships between divisions. One of the close relationships that the finance team is building is with our HR department. And I think that's important because when we consider our vacancies, there's two ways that we have to look at that. We have vacancies because we have no one in those spots in any shape or form. We also have vacancies that we're filling through contractual services. So several board meetings ago, we talked about things like Kelly Services. Those are resources that our HR department is doing to get creative to fill important roles that we need throughout our district, and that's not just the only resource that we use to fill critical roles. So when we look at vacancies, we have to consider what we're utilizing through contractual services to fill those spots. And that's a whole conversation by itself, but we are filling the spots. And then how are we using, and then what is our leftovers? What's the amount that we have? That's one thing that we really tried to shore up in this budget compared to last, and that's why we think that we have a more efficient budget heading into the final budget. And like I mentioned earlier, we'll provide more data on that in a longer presentation at the final hearing.
Well, I thank you for all the explanation. As you can see, the other board members will have various questions. And Susie, thank you again for your service and friendship over the years. Thank you. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Crumps?
Thank you, Member Prez. And thank you again, Susie, for all your years. I know since the moment I got here, you've been leading the way through so many things, so thank you. Just a couple of things. I think my job as a school board member is also to advocate and to inform our state and to try to make sure our legislatures know, what's happening in the future. So to me, I was reading the other day, Florida is actually the third most expensive state to live in now. So many, many years ago, Florida was a very inexpensive state to live in. It's now ranked number 3 in the country for the most expensive. But what's happened is salaries have not gone there. So for me to think that our base student allocation has increased by $41.62, I can't even go to have fast food with my husband for $41.62, you know? And to see every single contract, here we are looking at having half the amount of driver's ed, you know, cars, and still almost the exact allocation. And I thank you, Mr. Warner, to really clarifying the NEA. I sometimes think that everything is not very clear, but I do know that people are working 2 or 3 jobs, and the salaries, it doesn't matter if you're a security or if you're a paraprofessional, if you're a teacher, if you're a principal, these individuals are so underpaid, and that is really a state reason. When you look at our health care is increasing by $25 million. Our Florida retirement is by $5 million. And at this day and age, when everything is so expensive, for the Florida Department of Education to have any cuts for K through 12 is just really, really unfortunate. We need to make sure that we continue to inform parents. For me, I'm not one of these people. I think parents are going to choose whatever they want. They're going to choose choice. They're going to choose magnet schools. They might choose charter schools. They might choose private schools. But facts are, you know, the idea was those power empowerment scholarships were to give kids an opportunity to maybe go to a Catholic school or private school, but that's not even reaching 15% of our students. 85% of those students were already there. So let's look at the facts and look at what's happening as we continue to underfund education. Florida is is the 4th largest economy in the country, and we talk about it all the time. And I see money being spent in different areas, but I do not see it being spent in education. And to continue to inform people is very, very important. And that, I feel like that's one of my jobs, is to advocate and to make sure that we continue funding the most important individuals in this district, which is our teachers, our paraprofessionals, our custodians, our lunchroom. I mean, when you look at 420 vacancies and you look at the fund balance, there's a direct, you know, why is there so much in the fund balance? Because it was on the backs of teachers and the backs of individuals who are working 2 or 3 jobs. And that's a fact, who are covering more classes. It's not our fault. It's a state issue, but we need to continue to inform. The results that we're getting with the little that we have is amazing. What we do for students in this district is just amazing, and that's based on how hard each and every person works here for the district. But let's make sure that we keep our eye on what's happening, and that's that funding for education is being destroyed in the state of Florida, period.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Perez. First, Susie, I'm really going to miss you. You have really taught me so much about our budget in the last 7 years, and it was, you know, always wonderful to have you in the room when we would go over the budget and the amendments, and you were always very patient and kind, and you know, in that learning curve. But you were a very valuable member of this team for so many decades. A lot of historical knowledge we're losing with you, but you know, you also deserve to have a phenomenal retirement and enjoy that time with your friends and family. So I hope you do, but I hope you pop back in and visit every once in a while, and I still have your phone number in case I have a question. So I'm not going to get too far from me, but it has been a pleasure working with you over the last 7 years. I wish you the very best. So, you know, I've been on the board 7 years now, and our budget has increased over $1 billion in that time, which, you know, I started, I think it was around 3.2 billion. Now we're at 4.4 billion plus. So it's, you know, just unbelievable to see it, you know, increase in that short period of time by that much. I think that, Mr. Lewis, you did a really good job explaining why the fund balance is where it's at, that, you know, I think that we've been growing that fund balance because we had a very long-term goal in mind, and that was to become self-funded with our insurance, which, you know, does impact every employee, because had we not made that move, which, you know, made a lot of us nervous for a long period of time, but our hands were really, you know, forced to make that decision when we saw what the increase would be for our employees had we not moved to self-insurance. It would have been an enormous expense on our employees. So I'm glad we were able to save that $43 million and move in that direction, because that is a direct benefit for our employees to have that savings. As we can't, the health insurance is going through the roof. You know, I do appreciate you saying that 10% is really a good place to be in regard to our fund balance, and you kind of laid out the reasons why. I won't reiterate them. You know, I do hope that, I do look forward to continuing that conversation. As you know, many of you know, I worked on the fund balance policy that came to the board last month, which was at 8%, and it failed on this dais. So I hope there's maybe more of an appetite now that you've really explained the why it should be, you know, around 10%. I'd really, you know, I wanted it to be at 10%. I compromised with board members at 8% at the workshop, and then it came to the board and it failed at 8%. And I think the way the policy is written right now, it's at 15%. So, you know, it's actually, what I was asking for was less than what it actually is now, right now. So, you know, I think that's a conversation we have to keep having. I know we're continuing to work on that policy to bring it back. And I hope that there's more of an appetite, because we are on some shifting sands right now, and we don't want to ever be in a position to lay off inside or outside of the classrooms. We want to be able to have that and take care of our employees. And I don't think 10% is an astronomical amount. I think that it's a responsible amount to protect every one of our employees. I will say, you know, looking for and creating revenue streams is very important when we talk about choice. You know, we've been able to do that. We've been able to participate in programs that now allow us to compete for those scholarship dollars that will come to us, that we'll get to set the price. And we're on that platform, and it will allow students to choose us and use those scholarship state dollars to pay us for our courses and our programs. So that's something new. That's something the board hasn't really talked about in a workshop, but you know, it is happening. We are now a choice. We are an option on that step up. We're a step up provider, and we're competing for those dollars. And for the first time since these scholarships have you know, been activated, we've been allowed to play in that sandbox. And I think that they're going to find that we are stiff competition, and we're going to play hard, and we're going to get those dollars. So I appreciate you setting that up. I think, you know, multiple streams of revenue outside of what we get from state and federal is so important right now. So I look forward to exploring that more as a board. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. First and foremost, I want to make a commitment to all of our families, all of our students, and all of our staff out there that I will 100% stand behind and advocate for teachers being first in any of our discussions with the state legislature. I stand by that. I meet with them on a regular basis, and I will continue to meet with them on a regular basis. I also want to make sure that we as a district are responsible for the funds and what we're using. We have that flexibility in some of our dollars that we can use, whether it's capital dollars, some of our other dollars that we can use. I have not seen that flexibility and that creativity from our staff to making sure we readjust where that money goes within our district. And we need to always look for those outside boxes to where we can do that with. I agree with Dr. Hahn. We are a choice district, and the majority of students in Hillsborough County choose our traditional schools because we have the best product. We do a phenomenal job. Our teachers do a phenomenal job, and we need to remind and advertise what we do in our schools. That is a key thing that we are not doing. We're not selling what we're doing, and we need to continue doing that. We need to stay away from the fear of what else is out there when we're doing it right. I stand behind exactly what our teachers are doing in our classrooms, what our principals are doing within our schools, and we should continue doing that. I appreciate Mr. Lewis for continuing to look at being creative and being very responsible for our fund balance. We have to look at that. I have sat here on the dais and I have voted no more than once on things that I believe we're not being responsible. When we have no contracts, when we've not even looked at the claims and yet we're voting on those things. We cannot continue to do that as a district, and we have to hold ourselves just as accountable as we're holding the legislators who are giving us the money. And I think we've got to continue to do that. We've got to ask for more for our community. We've got to go after better RFPs. We've got to require better RFPs. We've got to look at everywhere those dollars are being spent within our district. And so I think that's an ongoing thing that we have to look for regularly, and making sure where we're spending those dollars and making sure we're capturing those students. Right now, in the growth of our county, the increase in the number of our population, our students, we set a calendar, not this board, but you, superintendent, have set a calendar in pushing out those builds of our schools. Those are going to be lost FTEs, and other schools will be built and open up and take our students. We need to make sure that we're putting our priorities where that needs to be, and that's where our students are. And I will always stand with our teachers, and I will always stand with our students. So thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. We will so miss you. You are going to be so very missed, but thank you for all the time that you take with us, all the education you provide to us on an ongoing basis, but you will be truly missed. It's a lot. It's a lot to lose. So, but thank you again, and thank you, Mr. Lewis, for putting this presentation together.
Thank you, Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Garcia, we go back a long ways. I mean, a long, long ways. I could recall when I was a rookie AP and we used to come down for FTE, and Dr. Hamilton and Mr. Poindexter and all of them would be around the table, Mary Ellen. You were the only friendly face we had.
I remember very well those days.
And I truly appreciate all the help that you have done and the great things that you have dedicated for Hillsborough County Public Schools. Now, how many years?
35 and a half.
35 and a half. 35 and a half. And you really have been dedicated to Hillsborough County Public Schools. And we appreciate and thank you all what you have done. Now, as far as, we got to work hard. Our employers are not being paid what they should have. I can't fathom education when you're not paying teachers what they deserve. Everybody here have sat in somebody's classroom. And we have learned from those teachers things that are very important in our lives for being productive citizens in society. And we are not being paid. And we work hard. We really work hard, and I truly believe we got to continue to work hard so the teachers and the employees, because everybody's important in Hillsborough County Public Schools. If you work for Hillsborough County Public Schools, you are important. Should be paid what they deserve. And we got to continue to work hard and fight with the state to get more money. I mean, that's important. That's important. You can't work for pennies. When I started in the 70s, we worked for pennies. What, $4,000 a year? And we thought that was a lot of money when I started. We were happy. $4,000? Oh, man, we're living the life of Riley. But things have changed now. Everything has gone up, cost of living, everything we see has gone up. And Jamie, you have really been, I've really been impressed with you. You have worked really hard, and you are explaining some things that never been explained before. And you are working hard for this district, and we appreciate that. We appreciate that. And Soup, you and your staff, you guys are really working hard. You're doing a great job. But we got to continue to work hard. We got to continue to work hard for our teachers, our employees. We got to continue to work hard for our community. And the key is money. And that's what we got to continue to do. And one question I have, Jenny, before I get off of my preaching up here. When we have those slots open, like I think remember Grace said like 420 teachers. Now we have money. If we hire 420, we have the money to hire 420.
Yes, sir. We have vacancies built into the budget. Well, we tried to drill down into that this year to have a more accurate number. Ideally, we'd have every slot filled, but that's just not that's just not what usually will happen. And so we anticipate that we'll always have vacancies, but our goal as a district is to fill every position. I think that's the goal of every cabinet member on their teams, no matter if you're at school sites or wherever you might be. But as you mentioned, that's a challenge. And I think, as you mentioned, the pay is a challenge, and there's all kind of other challenges that we face. And I think that's why we also use contractual services. And my fellow cabinet members can speak more to it about how do we do that. But it is a way that we can get creative to fill positions. But ideally, we want to fill every spot with a Hillsborough County employee, and especially our teachers.
Okay. And lastly, and we're going to continue to work hard for our employees to get higher pay. We'll continue doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray?
You know, I look at, so let me say this about the yearly salary. In the 70s, I made $6,000 a year, and you made even less. Those grades and those positive affirmations that we've been spewing from the board is because of the efficacy and the hard work of our teachers, and that's the bottom line. But the other bottom line is competition. Superintendent Van Ayers, I seldom want to put anyone on the spot, but this needs to be said. If we're going to compete, we've got to have the vitality, the knowledge level, the innovative communications team. We have great teachers, great principals, great activities, you name it. But without that particular transfer of information, we're missing the boat. And I will say this, and I think the other board members will agree, one of the big challenges that you as a superintendent must face is to put together a better communication situation, because right now, and I think I take that very seriously, especially as I watch teachers work their damn heads off trying to get lessons put forth for their kids, and they're still not getting paid enough. Your thoughts on that?
No, and I would just add to that. You heard me at our joint principals meeting on Thursday, and as Member Rendon added, we do have the very best product here in Hillsborough County. We do. So, you know, as I talk to some of our leaders, communication not only comes from district, but also comes from our schools. So I think you'll see as this year comes out a plan around how we're getting our schools, and you heard me talk about it last Thursday in front of all of our leaders, is how we're all great communicators, how we're all working communication, so to speak. And then as families choose, they don't choose a district, they choose schools. They choose schools. Okay? So, you know, as I mentioned, it's about all of us being involved in communication and getting better at that. Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you, and I've said enough, but thank you very much for those comments. Thank you, Member Perez.
Thank you, Member Gray. So I know that you and I, Mr. Lewis, have spoken a great deal about how we would scrub the budget a little bit more, and I feel sometimes that Hillsborough County Schools is seen like a bank. A lot of people bring their products to us and seeking for funding, but we're not a funding source for everyone out there. We are a funding source for the teachers in front of our students in their classrooms who are lifting our students. And I know that, as Member Rendon said, that we need to look for a better RFPs, that's true, but also we need to secure and make sure that the contracts we currently have are being looked at and they're being honored. And we need to scrub those contracts and bring that money back to our budget. So how often do we do that?
It cannot speak to the past because I wasn't here, but I do think moving forward, and my team will tell you this, ROI is going to be something that's a very important 3 letters for us as we consider what we're doing here in Hillsborough. We have to look at it from what are we investing in, what's the return that we're getting. That's not always as easy to equate because in some businesses you can put a fine line in how you do things and the bottom line. Education, you can do that, but it's not as simple sometimes, and so we need to spend some good time working as a full district about how we would set that, but we do need to monitor how we're spending our money and evaluate that and determine if we need to continue that or not. There'll be things that we find that we can do better, as Member Rendon said a minute ago. There'll be things that we can find that we're doing really well. And we do that, and I'm still learning a lot because there's just so much that you have to learn. And I think to Member Rendon's point, there is just so big, and you think about the budget, $4-point-some-odd billion. That's a lot of things happening at one time. I think our cabinet does a really good job with the superintendent of digging into that. I think we'll focus on the strategic plan, which should be the most critical part of all those decisions because that's leading our general thinking. But to your point, that needs to happen, and that will, I'm planning on that under my leadership and working with my fellow cabinet members. I think that's really important that we understand how we're spending it, why we're spending it, and that we have some type of evaluation season of those things.
This is like a house, and we're the family. And whenever things get tight in a house, we reevaluate the budgets, and we start knocking off what we don't need. And that's what I believe we need to start doing, and fast, quick, and in a hurry. And, when we are looking at, especially like we talked about the insurance, we did that with the insurance. How can we save? So I believe, and I've asked this before, to just start looking and scrubbing, and that money can be placed into the pockets of the teachers who stand before our students. We are today a short 650 teachers. We should not be here. We should, and this is the number I got today, 650. We're going to be starting school, and we need those teachers in front of our students. So this is a today thing, not 6 months from now thing. We really need to start looking at this budget, because $4.4 billion is a lot of money, and we need to send the message that we are not everybody else's piggy bank, and we're not a bank of Hillsborough County Schools, and we'll not fund everybody, but we will fund our teachers. Members, please vote when you see your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Now, Mr. Lewis, please continue.
Mr. Porter, just a clarification, are we voting for each one or all at one time?
There are two more motions. The motion and the second to approve the resolutions adopting the millage rates and tentative budget, and then the following motion will be a recommendation to authorize staff to perform all tasks necessary to ensure compliance with the truth and millage requirements.
So we'll take those one at a time. Board members, we recommend the approval of the resolution of adopting the 25-26 millage rate and the tentative budget.
I need a motion and a second to approve the resolutions adopting the 2025-26 millage rates and tentative budget as presented. I have a motion by Member Washington and a second by Member Rendon. Board members, do you have any questions or comments specifically addressing the resolutions adopting the 2025-26 millage rates and tentative budget? No? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Mr. Lewis, please continue.
It is recommended that the board authorize staff to perform all tasks necessary to ensure the compliance with the truth and millage, or the TRIM, requirements of Chapter 200 of the Florida statutes.
I need a motion and a second to authorize staff to perform all tasks necessary to ensure compliance with the truth and millage requirements of Chapter 200 Florida statutes as presented. I have a motion by Member Rendon and a second by Member Washington. Board members, do you have any Questions or comments specifically regarding the authorization of staff to perform all tasks necessary to ensure compliance with truth and millage requirements of Chapter 200 Florida statutes? Seeing none, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. The final public hearing for the fiscal year 2025 adopted budget and millage rates will be held Tuesday, September 9th at 5:01, Tuesday, September 9th, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. We will now adjourn the first public hearing on the millage rates and tentative budget for the fiscal year 2025-26 and reconvene the regular school board meeting.
And Madam Chair, we're now at 6 o'clock. Time for employee comment. We do have 10 employees signed up to speak, so we should go right into that, and then you can resume the regular agenda with Ms. Combs' comments.
Okay. We will now take employee and student input. Even though we hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting, it's sometimes difficult for employees and students of our district to attend meetings at 4 p.m. There are many ways for employees and students to make their voices heard, including through your representatives, emails, phone calls, one-on-one conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. School board wants to hear from you. With this section of our agenda, we are creating another avenue for employees and students to speak to the board. We are setting aside 30 minutes for employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on your mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about specific agenda items on today's agenda, excuse me, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or the district. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I will now call the first 3 speakers. Oh, goodness.
Good evening, everyone. Rob Crete, president of CTA. We are all super excited about the upcoming school year. But before I get into my comments, I got a little bit of an anecdote. Last year, we were, hit by a couple of hurricanes. When that Milton came from across the Gulf and hit Tampa, that was a rough one, especially for me in Riverview. And my yard looked like a hurricane hit it. So what I did was I texted I got 4 local godchildren. They're all teenagers now. I texted them all like, hey, y'all want to come out on a Saturday? Uncle Bob will give you $50 and lunch if you come out and help clean up the yard. And I have 11 godchildren. Go, how crazy is that? But 4 of them live locally. Well, 3 of them were able to show up. And what did we do that Saturday? We cleaned up the yard. I got that chainsaw going. They got the rakes going. We cleaned up that yard. And while we're eating pizza after that, and I said 3 of the 4 showed up, my nephew Charlie says, hey, Uncle Bob, you said $50 each if we got the yard cleaned up, but that was for 4 of us, but 3 of us showed up to do it. Do we get the extra $50 that the other one didn't show up for? And I'm like, well, yeah, you do, right? I mean, that's the right thing. Well, you know where I'm going with this. You guys are budgeting for so many employees that we don't have, and you guys are speaking eloquently about how you want to make sure that this money flows to the teachers. I believe you, and I want to collaborate with you. Last year, these guys all did that work. They helped clean up that yard. They got great scores. And they want that money for the nephew that wasn't there. I mean, quite frankly, that's really what we want to look at. So I have numbers here. I mean, I can go through them. But last year, you guys budgeted $852.3 million for instructional salaries. Never, and I'm looking at all of the years from 2016, did you even come close to that, with the closest being 2019 of 745, and we know what kind of obstacles and issues we dealt with that year. So you guys are over budgeting for these instructional salaries, and we know that we have, the chair's talking about how many vacancies we have right now. These guys are doing it, and they're doing it with fewer people, and they're meeting the needs of the kids. Our school grades are amazing, in light of all the things. I'm not going to get into fund balance today, because we all know how I feel about that. But our policy here is 6%, which is double what the state requires. In a state that's funding public education 50th in the nation, how can we have a fund balance? I'm getting into it, see? I'm doing it. But these guys don't have savings accounts but yet we're going to have a savings account for the district. Come on, we can collaborate and figure out a way to make sure that this money is flowing to the teachers and the support professionals that deserve it. So thank you guys. I look forward to that. I'm going back to the table tomorrow. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Regina Gambrell, and I'm the Vice President of HCTA. I am here today because I am asking for respect, dignity, and a thriving wage for ESPs. Why? Because ESPs are essential. The schools obviously couldn't function without us. Low wages causes ESPs to leave, leaving the ones behind to get burnt out. Though that hurts students. A thriving wage equates to student success. When you're financially secure, then you can focus on supporting students. The reality is many ESPs take home less than $25,000. About 40% work 2 or 3 jobs. Believe it or not, some rely on public assistance such as Medicaid, food stamps. Make it even worse, I have one in my phone that is homeless. What we all know, low pay is a serious issue. A living, thriving wage is a necessity. Respect is more than an appreciation day, a thank you card, a pen. It's a paycheck that pays for your mortgage, your rent, your food, electricity, health care, child care, transportation. And I'll end it on the best ROI, return on investment. I loved when I heard that earlier. Invest in our educators. We invest in our students. That'll make a better community and a better future. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, cabinet members, Val Chuchman, secretary treasurer for HCTA. I started my day over at ISC. I was at onboarding, and I met a new hire from Pinellas by way of Maryland. And we started talking, and she absolutely loves Florida. I mean, I do too, most of it. But she, to Member Combs' point earlier, she was really surprised by the cost of living. So much so that she was saying that she may have to move back north and have to come back for retirement because she couldn't believe the wages that we have compared to the cost of living here, which we all know has changed significantly over the decades. If you're not aware, our current instructional scale, the first-year teacher starts at $48,000. After your 8th year, you make $50,050. That's $2,000 after 8 years of work. And I know we've made improvements because that used to be all, locked at $47,500. But $2,000 over 8 years is not going to help us to attract and retain the best teachers. So for negotiations, we really do our homework. I mean, Britt Wegman does our homework. And what I will say that all of the proposals, by doing her homework, it's not Val Chuchman gets the Sears Wish Book in Christmas time, remember in the 80s, and I would circle absolutely everything I want. That's not what our proposals look like that we bring to the table. Britt, make sure she checks your budget and make sure that our proposals are exactly within your budget. And over the last few years, the amount you budgeted for salaries, instructional salaries, has been significantly higher than what you spent. So instead of sweeping that money into the fund balance, that money was intended for employees. And we ask you to put that into the salary scale. Invest in our educators who have worked hard to make the gains that this district is celebrating. And we look forward to hearing your counter proposal tomorrow at bargaining. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carissa Denica from Gaither High School. Long time no see. I am also a member of the HCTA bargaining team. I want to begin by expressing hope in our negotiations tomorrow afternoon. However, I'm greatly concerned. I'm concerned that the one-time payment was not included in the ESP in negotiations on July 23rd. The omission sent a message, and it wasn't a good one. Last year, the district saved over $100 million in salary costs due to vacancies. But your savings came at a real cost to the people still doing the work. Many of us had to step in and take on extra responsibilities, cover additional duties, and support our students under increasingly challenging circumstances. Still, we showed up, we worked hard, we did what was needed, and more. Last year, the district recognized similar efforts with a one-time payment. That gesture made a real difference. It boosted morale. It showed appreciation, and it reminded employees that their sacrifices were seen and valued. Now we're again being asked to go above and beyond, not only to do our jobs, but to help our students recover from years of disruption. And yet the simple acknowledgement of our efforts through a one-time payment was left off the table. I speak to you not only as an educator, but as a parent of 2 HCPS students. I've seen the effects of these vacancies in our schools from both sides. As a teacher, I see colleagues covering classes, sacrificing planning time, and going the extra mile. As a parent, I've watched my own children face the challenges of inconsistency, limited support staff, and fewer hands to guide them. Our kids feel it too. With $100 million saved, over $100 million saved, the district has the ability to reinvest, not in things, but in people. This is not an ongoing cost. It's a one-time opportunity to show the employees and our students that this district cares about those who make learning possible. Please reconsider. Supporting your employees supports your students. Thank you.
Good evening, Kim Henriquez, Lowry Elementary kindergarten teacher. My shirt says proud union member, which I am, but also I need one of those shirts, you know, the parents have like half, like for FSU and Gators if they've got 2 kids, right? I need one that also says I'm a proud Hillsborough County Public School teacher as well. I've been here since 1997. Plus 4 years teaching, substituting back in the days when the district handled it and not Kelly. So this is my, 32nd year I'm going into, and I'm excited. You know, it's kindergarten, got new kids coming in. But I was at a training today. I drove over from Dunedin, so I was at our union hall and had a training of how to be an effective union leadership team member. And I met a colleague today that kind of got me thinking about my first husband, Bob Henriquez. And it helped me be grateful in a strange kind of way because he was the one who encouraged me to follow my dream into education. So for that, I am very grateful. I always try to give you things I'm grateful for. So I'm grateful for that. I'm also grateful for my second husband, Michael Walker, who has supported me as well. I leave at 6 o'clock in the morning and I come home at 7 o'clock at night. And so that, you know, doesn't leave a lot of family time, but he understands that. I'm also grateful for our principal, Anita Ventura. She is amazing, and she has brought the joy back to teaching for me personally. And I know that she's done it for a lot of people at our school. So that's my grateful list for today. But I'm here tonight just to encourage you. You know, I don't understand all the finances and stuff so eloquently as everybody else is going to be talking. But I just know that as a person, I've been on a representative at our school since I've been there at Lowry. And I hear people come to me and, you know, they tell me about their financial situations, and so many single moms. I just hear heartbreaking stories, and our support personnel. And I'm here on their behalf tonight because I'm sure that they're busy with their families and they can't be here. So just, you guys know what's going on. We all know what's going on. So just be kind and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jessica Wugg. I am a second grade teacher. I'll be at Moeller Elementary Magnet this coming school year, so I'm really excited for that. I just wanted to come up and kind of reiterate what everybody else has been saying about the budget. If there is a 16% surplus, we'll call it, of funding, and the state requires 3%, and you can hear from so many people that we are struggling, why would you withhold that? And especially the reason that was given for hurricanes, I'm having a really hard time understanding that as justification to withhold that amount of money of excess in funds. I have 4 children, a single income home, and we are literally living in poverty. I qualify for free and reduced free lunches. My kids are all on Florida Kid Care, so we have to use the state Medicare funding because it would be impossible for me to be able to afford the family plan through the district. We are really struggling. I am at the point where I'm getting foreclosure notices on my home, and it's very scary when you are not making a livable wage. And I shouldn't have to choose between, you know, buying food for my family or paying our electric bill. I shouldn't have to make those kinds of decisions. I am a college educated professional. I shouldn't be living in poverty. And when you have those funds in excess, that amount, come on. And especially when we heard tonight from members Rendon, member Washington, member Perez, member Gray, and member Combs, that every one of you said that we need to be paying our teachers. We need to be putting this money into our teachers and our ESP's pockets so that we can have a livable wage and not be living in poverty. So the district is hearing that your board supports this. So I hope that when you go to bargaining tomorrow and negotiations, you will take what all of those board members have said and what these employees are saying in employee comment, that, I mean, even what the union is asking for, in my opinion, is minuscule, because actually to get us out of poverty, we would need probably a $20,000 increase in salaries annually, which the Tampa City Council approved for themselves, but yet your teachers are still living in poverty. So we need to really look at, like, what they are asking for is minuscule. We are asking for peanuts, to just that little tiny bit of amount to help us. So please, like, when you go to bargaining, please take all of that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Missy Carl, and I'm an elementary gifted teacher at Grady Elementary School, which happened to be in the top 10 in the state for all elementary schools. Thank you. Many of my students were affected by the storms, and a lot of them were, in a sense, homeless. So the children and the staff at our school really worked hard. But I'm here to discuss what giftedness is and advocate for elementary gifted teachers to be included in the ESC supplement. It's always intriguing to tell people that when I meet them that I teach gifted children. The initial reaction I usually get, is, you teach the really smart ones, and it must be easy. But then I take off my glasses, which I won't do now because I wouldn't be able to read this, and I take a deep breath because most people don't fully comprehend what giftedness entails. According to the Davidson Institute, gifted children have brains that function differently, making their childhood experience unique compared to their neurotypical peers. Their development is often asynchronous or uneven, and their emotional intensities mirror their intellectual ones. This means that the higher their IQ, the higher the emotional intensities. They also tend to exhibit perfectionist tendencies and have many other unique needs. Giftedness is recognized by the Florida Department of Education as children who qualify for exceptional student education, which is section 1003.571B1. These children must undergo procedural steps to determine their eligibility for services. In Hillsborough County, this process involves obtaining parent consent for screening, administering the KBIT 2 test, holding a child study team meeting, conducting a psychological evaluation, collecting data on gifted characteristics, and then having an eligibility meeting. If a child is found eligible, an education plan is developed. This plan must be reviewed every 3 years, and the last quarter of school serves as a review period for all transitioning fifth graders who are moving to middle school. As a gifted teacher, I am the case manager and part of each process. My role involves organizing eligibility meetings, which are closely aligned with the gifted requirements. Instead of creating IEPs, I develop EPs that focus on student strengths. I collect all the necessary data and use Synergy, which will now be Peer, and I hope it's good, just like all of my other ESC teachers with children with disabilities. Additionally, I'm a Core Plus teacher, which means I'm the core teacher of subject areas for gifted and provide academic grades in these areas. My responsibilities are just like that of a gen ed teacher. This year, I participated or held in 44 meetings related to the gift evaluation or review process. And as a Core Plus teacher, I am in charge of what is done in general ed, and I have to stop, don't I?
Yes, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay.
Good evening. Eric Hagan, proud music teacher at Oak Grove. I'm here tonight in response to some frustrating takeaways from our most recent bargaining session. My frustration, anxiety, and current dilemma all stem from the current proposals void of supplements, both recurring and one-time. So let's talk about those supplements. $2,300 in Renaissance pay. The little bit of recognition given to teachers in the trenches of some of our most challenging and impoverished communities is being looked at from the wrong lens. Instead of this is dead language, a direct quote from the bargaining table, why not, this is still an issue that we need to approach and maybe collaborate on. Why not collaborate? Why not involve those of us who can speak honestly about our populations and the trends that we see? Just because some don't want to recognize Renaissance schools in the traditional sense doesn't mean they don't exist. Highly transient populations still exist. Huge group of immigrants seeking refuge in our country, many of whom land at my school, still exist. Students who do not have a bed to sleep in still exist. I think it's fair to say a large portion of these students and families attend our Transformation and Renaissance schools. The fact of the matter is, Renaissance and Transformation look very similar. The difference is grade, simply. I stand to lose $1,800 from our music ELP that has been cut. This grant sought to encourage elementary music teachers to host after-school enrichment, many of whom already had these programs for many, many years. Last year, I spent 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, hosting these after-school ensembles and enrichment programs after teaching all day in a 2-person job by myself. While this was a grant, do we perceive it like a gift? Does this district believe in the power of music and arts all the time, or only when it's convenient? And that $1,500 supplement that we started off the year with last year, I'm going to say, in my opinion, is one of the single most helpful actions our district has taken towards addressing needs and concerns of its employees. I think we can all agree that you've heard it from others tonight. But now, after proposing language to keep most of these recurring supplements, our district has reverted to the classic argument of claiming poverty. We all know the state controls funding. We know about the fund balance. We know that when the state takes a look at our fund balance, how can we claim poverty when we have this bludgeoning large balance? Thank you for those of you who spoke up about it already tonight. So my grand total in losses going into this year currently is $5,600. While we have the referendum coming our way, that does nothing. Forcing supplements for years when our stance has always been recurring costs has come back to haunt. I will not stand idly by as the district forces the employees and our union to choose who deserves it more. Our priorities have been clear from the very beginning, and I urge you to accept HCTA's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, school board members. My name is Patrick Lewicki. I am an economics teacher at Hillsborough High School. I'm also a former HCPS student. In fact, my former principal, Mr. Brady, sitting right behind me. Go Big Red. We'll see about that. Now, as we start the school year, I think it's important to remember the many roles that teachers have to undertake throughout their jobs. First and foremost, we have to be subject matter experts. We have to know the subject that we teach. For me, that's economics. And speaking of economics, thank you for all your hard work in getting that millage referendum onto the ballot and passed last year. We are very grateful for it. I personally, very grateful for it. With that money, I was able to buy a home. We also, as teachers, have to be nurturers. We have to convince the kids that we care and that people care about them, whether that's staying after school and tutoring them, whether that's calling to check in if they've been absent for a few days, whether that's being the shoulder to cry on if they're upset. Now, these two roles, the role of subject matter expert, the role of nurturer, these are roles that have been associated with teaching since teaching was a profession. But unfortunately, in these times, we have had to add a new role to that. That being soldier in the war for public education. Because be it attacks on academic freedom or cuts in our funding, public education is under attack in the state of Florida. Whether negligently or belligerently, the state of Florida has simply not allocated us enough money to provide every student in Hillsborough County a world-class education. And this is, and I cannot emphasize this enough, not the board's fault. We are not here standing to necessarily ask you to clean up a mess that is entirely your fault. We are graciously urging you to stand up for your students and your teachers despite the difficulty. I urge you to invest as much as possible in our students. Our students are the future of our county, of our economy, of our nation. And last but certainly not least, strong public education is the best defense against tyranny. So in listening to the fine folks from HCTA who are fighting for all of their students each and every day, I'm asking you to invest in our students, in our future, and in our democracy, so we still have one when they walk across the graduation stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Superintendent, school board members, and other staff. My name is Rebecca Bohr, and I am a proud parent and teacher in Hillsborough County Public Schools. I come here today to ask you to accept the proposals on behalf of HCTA for instructional employees and ESPs for real raises and for respect. I want to start by thanking you all for the jobs that you do for our schools and for taking the time to listen to both us employees as well as community members earlier today. We've heard many people tonight talk about how important our schools are and how our teachers and ESPs are a huge part of that. I particularly heard several school board members tonight say that they support our teachers, and I particularly appreciate Member Combs for your comments earlier during our discussion. I've been a teacher for 10 years now. In my time, I have consistently been deemed highly effective. And for me, as a reading teacher, that means that I help high school students meet their ELA graduation requirements. The best day of the year is the day when I get to see their FAST PM3 scores, and I get to share the happy news that they have passed the test. I have students who jump for joy, who scream and cry happy tears because they know that they met their educational goals. Those students at my school this year did so well that we are now rated an A, Riverview High School. Go Sharks. And I am so proud of them and my coworkers who all worked so hard to get us to that A rating. Beyond testing, my goal is to encourage a love of reading. I listen to my students and get to know their interests, and I find books that align. I introduce them to different genres and authors to show how a book can take them anywhere in the world and beyond. I've had parents contact me to say that their student has started reading at home after years of otherwise choosing their phone or video games. My own daughter is starting first grade this year and loves to read. Her favorite series is Fancy Nancy, and Fancy Nancy likes to dance ballet. Now, with that, my daughter wants to take ballet lessons. Now, we don't currently have the extra $85 a month in our budget for her to take those lessons. Not with the way that food costs have escalated, not with the way TECO has escalated with this heat advisory we've got going on, not with the $5,000 of tree damage that we had to have removed after these previous hurricanes. So I'm asking for your acceptance of the HCTA proposals for instructional and ESPs for real raises and respect, and it would help send my daughter to ballet class. Please accept these proposals and let her dance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Let her dance. So Liz Baker here. You guys probably know me from before, behavior resource teacher at Tampa Bay Boulevard Elementary. As many as you know, we were previously a Renaissance school. Today we are a D school serving high needs population, yet we no longer have any recognition or incentives to retain the passionate professionals who show up every day for our kids. I can't speak for every high needs school, but I can speak for mine. Our staff has worked closely with MGT, planning with both new and veteran teachers, doing everything except the transformational, or doing everything expected from a transformational school. Despite our efforts, we did move from a C to a D. We're doing all the work without the support and losing multiple dedication educators because they're not getting that support back, meaning from Renaissance pay or even transformational pay, even though we were being treated like that. I also like to speak from a personal experience. I currently work 3 jobs. I work for Hillsborough Public Schools as the behavior resource teacher. I work at a cafe, and I'm also an NCI trainer instructor for the ESC department here. I have a degree. I should not have to have 3 jobs with the career. I shouldn't have to do that. This career is also, we have to do certification. We have to do continuous education for doing all of our trainings. It's just, I don't think that's fair that we have here. I'm still shooken up about people living in poverty. Like, that is crazy. Our students face real hardship. Many lack consistency and even visibility at home. We become their safe space. For some, we're the only ones showing up at their baseball game. We're calling when they're absent to make sure that they're okay, reminding them that they matter. But we're burning out, not because we don't care, but because we care deeply and are stretched too thin. I've been doing trainings all summer. I've been at a training and doing to better myself as a professional since 9 this morning. I have not been home. And my car just went out. I have to pay for all of that too. I keep hearing the same thing over and over, that your educators don't get paid enough. I've heard that so many times tonight, and I get that. But I was there at the bargaining meetings. Your representatives are not stating that. They're simply saying no. That is not what we're getting from. It's there, and we're just getting no. What if our educators, what if everyone that is in Hillsborough County said no to getting snacks for the kids because they can't afford it? Or staying after school for events because, you know, when they have someone that's going to do their dance recital or the chorus and they don't have family that show up for them. I can't tell you how many students have come up to me and asked me if I would go there to support them, and them seeing me in the crowd and them hugging me and saying, "Thank you, Miss Baker. I know I'm not the only one doing that. I have my own family as well." So we need I do appreciate your service, but I really do need to see you guys, you know, do something.
Hello, good evening. My name is Catherine Ferry. This will be my 8th or 9th year in Hillsborough County. I'm also a previous Hillsborough County student, graduated from Tech in 2003. I have always wanted to be an educator. I'm from a huge family of educators. My mother did 30 years. My sister's on year 20-something. Both my aunts were educators. I couldn't wait to finish school to come back to teach. It was, I wanted to be somewhere else, but I knew I needed to be here. Just the thing, I didn't prepare anything. I don't have a phone thing written, but in being in education, I don't know how great or how often you guys are in the schools. I don't see a lot of people from around downtown come on through, and that's okay. I'm going to be doing what I'm doing with or without you. I think the best way to put it is, when I first started teaching, I was 24 out of college with a master's degree. I was so excited to get that master's degree. You guys wanted it, and I went and got it, and that was the year y'all canceled the master's pay. So I got $60,000. That's now $90,000, even though I've been paying on it for 15 years. So it's glorious. But I think the thing I want to tell you is, I took a break when I had some kids and I came back. It's bad. Every time I come back in, it's bad. Every time I come back in, I've done high school, middle school, and now I'm in first grade, which I love. It's adorable. But every time I come in, I meet the younger teachers, and they're all out. Like, they're not going to stay. They can't have kids here. No one can afford childcare. They can't afford rent. They're all living in houses, 3, 4, 5 young people to a house, and that's cute when you're 24, 25, 26. They all know they have to leave. We get together and we all talk about how we're leaving. I mean, I understand that we're this, I got up today to talk, and I have a minute left, so I'll try to get to it. But I got up because I heard a couple things that just kept snapping, and one of the things I heard was, we're a choice district. We deserve the best, which I believe in. We are giving the best product. It is the best idea. Like, that is it, hands down, across the board. I mean, how long do you want it, though? How long do you want it? Do you want it just the next 5 years until your guys are done, and then the next board will be their problem? Because, I still have 15 years to go. I want it to be the best product for a long time, not just now. And the other thing I heard was, this is like the word family got dropped. And it was like, this is a family. We got to work together. It gave me I'm not going to put genders on it, but it gave me a abusive spouse vibe. I'm working in my elementary classroom, and I need funds for materials, but I get boxes of endless curriculum and a new line put up that I didn't ask for, and they drilled in the middle of the whiteboard, and I have junk that no one's trained me on dump in the room. I have so many little readers. I don't know how many little readers you think we need. I can guarantee you I don't need 600. I got 20 kids. The money's there, so it's weird that it's being hoarded. And it's weird that your husband keeps coming home and telling you, oh, we don't have the money, but keeps dropping little gifts.
Thank you.
In the house.
Now we're going to go back to
Item 206.
Item 206.
Contract amendment for Victory Charter Schools, and Ms. Combs still had the floor.
Correct.
Really hard to get back on track with this, but thank you for everyone who came to speak tonight. So as far as 206, I don't want to continue, but just if you can look into the fund balance, why that's so high compared to the last few years, because I do see their enrollment has decreased. I had one other question: is how are parents being alerted? Is there something at the door? I know they're probably emailing. How are they being alerted that the school is being closed, and what message are they getting if they're walking up to the campus?
So they did have a parent meeting, and they alerted parents through email, did the parent link when they still had access to the parent link, so they have alerted them that way. And they've also been making phone calls. Our office is making phone calls as well and trying to get all of the kids into schools. And I know that we still have a lot of students that are still in the process of being enrolled, and I know data processors just returned last week, so we're still working on that. And according to the Victory spreadsheet, we have about 30 kids left that still haven't shown which school that they want to select. And so I'm working with DP support right now to ensure that they have a school, and we're notifying parents that if they don't select a school, we're going to go ahead and enroll them at their neighborhood school so that they can make sure that they have a seat.
Okay, great. And just if we can follow up with those 30 students, if we can follow up with the fund balance, and also just to see in the future, because we've seen this a couple times now where schools are closing, maybe to make sure we talk to the charter school office where they at least give the community 6 months to a year notice, because they saw this coming. I mean, it's not a surprise when you see the enrollment. I mean, I saw it coming a couple months ago and I didn't know anything about that. So, you know, when you see a school close and open, reopen, and then you see shifting in grade levels, then you see a movement. But that's my big question, is that I don't see how you go from a fund balance to 70,000 all of a sudden to 403 when the enrollment is not that high. So following up on those things, and thank you, you're doing a great job, and that's all I have for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I do want to appreciate Mr. Hernandez for taking the time. I went out to the school. I saw the new building. It's a very nice facility. They only have space through K through 8. That's my one thing. Yet we're going to have a contract here 6 through 12. And so the way in which all of this is put together right now, including all of their documents, I'm not going to be able to approve it. I know that our vote may or may not mean anything, but I still have to stand behind our principles that it is not accurate. I specifically spoke to him and asked him questions because they are an IB program. And I specifically asked if they have engaged the other IB schools and their students to know the IB schools in the area they left, because there's no way that we have no way of validating how many students are actually enrolled today. So because every one of those students, it would be an hour to an hour and a half drive from where they were located to where they are. And they specifically told me that they said it was too far of a drive to go to the local IB schools. That would be Walker, that would be Alonzo, and they were in 11th grade in Hillsborough. So it was a very big concern of mine that none of those students are going to go into IB, but then we're being told they're going to drive an hour and a half away to go to this school. Do we have a verification of exactly the enrollment today?
We have the numbers that Mr. Murillo shared earlier, so those are the enrollment. They haven't.
But isn't that the number they had at the end of school year that they were going to be enrolled for this year?
So the latest number that I have, it was from late last week. I would say Thursday of last week. Those are the numbers that I received, the spreadsheet from the projected enrollment, the ones that have registered. At this time, we have 176 students that do not have an enrollment on our new focus system.
176 that are not enrolled.
Right now, yes, ma'am.
And they're saying that they have 176 enrolled?
We don't know.
Because that's what he told me. He had 175 enrolled for K through 8th, pre-K. They're doing pre-K through 8th grade. There's a classroom for each grade level.
When it comes to the combination of both Victory schools, right now in our spreadsheet, it's a total of 56 kids.
But there is no 2 Victory schools. That's what I want to make it very clear, that this document and everything pertaining to it and all of their paperwork is not accurate for what the school is presenting today. The school is one building in Riverview, pre-K through 8, a classroom through every grade. And yet, are the addresses still in their previous location and students that were previously enrolled? Because he told me those students that were previously enrolled were not coming to the new location.
So the information that I got is what's coming to our focus system around how they're determining where the students are in right now. So when it comes to the actual students being there versus what he's sharing, I cannot share any extra information from what our student placement office is actually giving us on the enrollments in our own schools and the other charter schools in the surrounding areas.
Is there a way, do we know if those were enrolled after they closed the school, or were they previously enrolled and just automatically continuing with that school? Do we have a way of knowing that?
At this time, we're monitoring that, but because they still have their MSIDs open, because we haven't voted on anything for an amendment or any change, they're required to keep those students enrolled and monitor them until they go to the next school site. Because the way our system works, you cannot withdraw a student until you know where they're going. You know, otherwise it would be a withdrawal with whereabouts unknown, which we can't do. So they keep monitoring the kids, so it's very difficult to keep up with who's actually there and who's going somewhere else until we have all of our students that are going to other places enroll at the site that they've chosen.
Okay, so like I said, I'm 100% behind school choice, whether that's within our own district, whether that's private, whether that's charter, but this is not accurate information from this school. There is not two buildings. There are not two sites. This is not a change of address. This is a closing of a school and opening of a new school. Same under the still charter umbrella, but it is two separate things. He specifically told me all the 225 students that were enrolled in the previous location were not going to come and were not going into IB programs, yet he is opening a new IB building. So because of this, I'm going to have to vote no, not because I don't believe in the choice, but because I want to make sure we secure where a child's at and we can verify where a child's at, and we are getting accurate information from anybody. And so that to me is not valid here. And it also, I'm not going to approve K 6 through 12 when I know for a fact the building is set up pre-K through 8. There's a classroom for every class, and there's no additional classrooms. It's not even like an option. They don't even have a portable. We don't even have a tough shed. Like literally, it is literally a classroom for everyone pre-K through 8. So I'm going to have to vote no on this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes with myself and Member Rendon descending from the vote. Next is item 501, Student Code of Conduct for the 2025-2026 school year. Dr. Rick Graves, Chiefs of Schools, will highlight this item.
Thank you, Mrs. Perez. A team of district leaders and school site principals met to propose necessary revisions and updates. A diverse committee of parents and community members met a minimum of 4 times to review the document and provide input on additional items they wanted to see. The district committee and community members met 2 times together to review the documents and make revisions and updates. A team of elementary principals, 12 were on the committee, and additional input was garnered from others, worked to create an elementary matrix focused on elementary student behaviors and needs. The matrix was then reviewed by region superintendents and community members, and additional input was provided. We also have some community representatives in attendance that I would like to recognize. This is a special partnership because they not only shared concerns, but they also brought thoughtful solutions. And because of this partnership, we were able to make some great strides in updating our student code of conduct. Community members, if you could please stand when your name is called. Jeanette Horge Smith, Robin Lockett, Pastor Timothy Knighton, Dr. Brenda Walker, Kathleen Carvalho, April Campbell, Tina Williams Brewster, Alan Brewster, and Lucinda Johnson. Committee members, thank you again.
That's it? Are you ready?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I need a motion and a second to approve item C501. I had a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Rendon. Member Gray?
Thank you, Member Perez, and thank you, Mr. Rowland, and your team, and all of the leadership that has been shown and carefully crafted this huge document. I had just 2 points that I found, and it took a long time to look for it because you've done such a very, very comprehensive job. But this is just for my suggestion to you. On page 26 and likewise page 63, when we talk about assessments and we're taking a test, and if you look on page 26, I don't know if you have it right in front of you, technology guidelines during assessments. So we go on about students must have access to the use of a device such as a cell phone, headphone, smartwatch, Bluetooth devices, and any other device that could record or transmit. Okay, students must not discuss specific test items after the test. This includes any type of electronic communication. So but then we have the word during breaks, during their break. So, I mean, as a teacher for many years, students find any way, shape, or form. So how can we monitor this type of technology when the students are taking a break, restroom, whatever? And the only thing I could think of is if they get caught using it during a break, maybe there's a teacher, looking in, or that's in the restrooms, whatever. What consequence? Because many opportunities come for that kind of, let's just say the word cheating during when there is a break. So I don't know. Have you caught that? That's on I got it on page 26 and 63. And I just wanted to make a suggestion that we've got to cover ourselves, because what happens if they're breaking that technology guideline during their break, and I might be missing the repercussions, but I just don't see it. I don't see any consequences, and I don't expect for you to say whatever. But I mean, to do it right now, I just wanted to.
Traditionally, Member Gray, is what happens if it's a state test. A lot of times the students have their phones put away, so even if they take a break or a bathroom break, they still don't have access to their phones or their smartwatches or anything like that. They shouldn't have access. I'm not saying that happens all the time, but that's what's supposed to happen. So they usually don't have access to their stuff during the break.
Yeah.
That answers your
question. No. I mean, it's something for us to consider when I work with you on this.
And normally, too, what happens is that you asked about consequences. If it's a state test and we find that they had their phone out or anything along those lines, we have to follow a set of procedures. And usually those tests are pulled and the student doesn't get a score for them until an investigation is done and we move through that process.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, and that was just one concern. And then last, page 44, the ATOS 2. I'm not familiar with ATOS 2, and I know this is new, but maybe you could share to us board members the difference between ATOS 1 or ATOS and ATOS 2. I know ATOS 2 is new, but when is this level of infraction used?
It is still listed as tentative. We wanted to bring it to the board. We wanted to have it here in case we move forward with it, but we're still in discussion of how to make it work. The idea behind it is we have, if you remember back when, we had 3 different levels. We had an EPIC 1 and an EPIC 2 and an EPIC 3. Mm-hmm. So currently EPIC 1 is similar to the ATOS, where a student is temporarily removed could be up to 5 days from the school they attend the ATOS site. We currently have, if you equate it back to the EPIC 3 days, the EPIC 3 are the Brandon Success Center and the North Tampa Success Center. What we don't have is anything in between that. Where can we have a student attend school or go to school for a period of time, something in between the up to a 5-day suspension or ATOS to all the way to remove from school permanently to a Success Center. So the idea of the ATOS 2 is something in between, and that's what we're working on.
Yeah, and I think that continuum of keeping the child out of the suspension mode, keeping them, in a viable stance for educational advancement is very important, because discipline or lack of discipline is occurring more and more. So then we have to become innovative. I say we, your team, has to become more innovative. How do we not put this child out of the complete school and at the same time have a punitive value to what they've done wrong?
And that's been a struggle that I've witnessed in this job for a year, because we have sometimes kids just don't do smart things and they get in trouble, and there should be a consequence attached to them. But we also realize it probably shouldn't be removed from school for an entire semester or a year. Sometimes it should be just, we're going to remove you out temporary. So one of the hurdles and the reason why it's listed as temporary is, how do we maintain the student getting an education? How do we maintain them doing their coursework? Those are the questions that we're going through to make sure we can answer with fidelity before we move forward with it. So that's probably our biggest hurdle right now is how do we make sure that maintains fidelity. But the upside is that a student can still remain enrolled at their school, still remain when they could come back. They would still have their same schedule, their same teachers, that sort of thing. So, and it would be for a specific type of kid too, a nonviolent kid, a nonviolent situation. We're just trying to come up with an alternative way so we don't remove a kid from school.
Especially middle school, because they make those kinds of decisions and they're wrong, and we don't want to, throw their educational path away. One of the last points, and this goes to Tracy Brown as well, Mike, because we set up the positive behavior incentive support system years ago, and we spread it throughout the school system, but that's not true. We only have probably how many schools now, Ms. Brown?
I think we have about 90 schools right now. We did have additional schools that were trained this summer, so we're about 90 schools now.
Yeah, and if you go back to, and this is before, Mike, you're the student code of conduct, but if you go back to the years of Eisenhower, for example, where when we implemented full fidelity PBIS, they went from, the COPs went down from double digits to 8 or 9. I mean, that's how viable. My last question, how many COPs have we had this year and the end of the school year? Do we have any data that shares or shows that we have less or more?
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Currently, we are down almost 500 COPs, approximately 489, which is about a 41% decrease from this year to last year.
Well, that's quite down. Do you put that for because we have PBIS, or because you have what is the because? Because I'm out of time, but you want me to get back in the queue? Probably.
The biggest reason is we're following procedures and following policy. We're establishing kind of a guideline of what it takes to get a change of placement, and with that, that's helped. That's one big thing that's helped. Another thing that has helped is working with the region superintendents. We're asking a lot more questions. Has this been done, or has that been done? You mentioned PBIS. So even though we may not have PBIS across the board, the region superintendents, myself, when we're talking to schools, we're asking those same types of questions. One of the areas that we're hoping, that I'm working on trying to get involved now, is Tier 2, a lot of PBS Tier 2 type of ideas that we should see happening before a change of placement. So I think it's those two big things, is establishing policies and procedures that we're actually following, and then as well as we're starting to ask a lot more questions before we're approving a change of placement takes place.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Member Perez, for allowing that answer to be had. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Combs?
Thank you, Member Perez. Just a couple comments. I appreciate all the time you and your team and also the community involved with that. I mean, we know that at the end of the day, we want to make sure we're doing restorative practices. We want our students in school. I think the move towards, in-school suspension, I know I remember back in the day, that's very effective. The kids, they want to be home, right? So in-school suspension, ATOS, also continuing to support more of our success centers. We're seeing that more and more, especially we've talked a lot about literacy. A lot of the students that you see who are high suspension, usually it's very aligned with them being, level 1s in reading. A lot of that is completely aligned. When you look at schools and school grade and you look at the panoramic survey, a lot of that is aligned. So kind of working with that. The only thing I'd like to see, and I know it's not your fault because we had to go back twice. I know that this was on the agenda a couple times we had to pull it. This is really late in the school year for our principals to be receiving this. So next year I'd like an earlier timeline, or making sure we're communicating what's happening, why it's going. I know that the session, up in Tallahassee ended later, so there were new laws coming in, but I just think this is late, and I know it's nobody's fault that it's late, but I think some principals may have questions of things have changed. I had a principal ask me if uniforms have changed, things of that nature. So getting this out earlier in case we have to keep going back and fixing things or doing things earlier, I'd like just to see that earlier. But thank you for your hard work on this. I also like the increase of the bullying and harassment, that being a lot more clear and clear. I think that's really, and making sure that anybody is, reporting anything, and it's happening on every level when there is some incident, when a child's in danger, that anybody who's around should be reporting that. So I think there's a lot of great things. We need to continue working on this and continue monitoring the suspensions and continuing monitoring students. I mean, zero, we cannot tolerate any kind of weapons, or we cannot tolerate violence, but students who are disruptive, or a lot of times that's a call for help when they need that. I think continuing to work having our social workers and our counselors working out in the community. I always say this about Dr. Gordon. I think one of the great things he did when he went to Hillsborough High School, it's not about tracking students, it's about students who maybe haven't made good decisions, and making sure that they connect with those families right away before they come in, so that way they have a really positive experience to make sure why is that happening? Why is that child getting in trouble? Is it because they're not staying at home? Is it because they're moving around? Is it because they're in a foster home? What's occurring with that? And continuing to work closely with the Children's Board and other agencies to make sure that every child is protected. I also want to shout out to Chrissy Dorian and Melissa Russo, who do such a great job making sure if someone does get in trouble or something does happen, that way the schools know right away. That way they can handle those children and make sure those children are understood, because who knows what they just came from the day before. So I think the communication needs to continue being really strong, and I just want to thank everyone for all their hard work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you so much for the hard work on this, both the community and your staff. But I also think there's a piece missing here, and I think not only just from here, but in our community. It's something to have, and we want to make sure that all parents are aware of consequences of behavior, and that's what this is. It gives them a clear vision of consequence. But what are we doing preventatively, right? Where are we putting and bringing our parents more engaged in our schools, making them more active in our schools? That's what we've got to do. We've got to see true results. We've got to see true volunteer hours increase, and we need them walking the halls. They need to have relationships with that. And in order to do that, we've got to make sure that our staff are well equipped, and then we need to make sure our parents are actively engaged and involved in our schools. That's going to make true change. We want to make sure parents understand that we will not tolerate behavior, and if that behavior does occur, what are the consequences and what we're saying as a district, and we've got to follow through on those. And I applaud you for coming up with good solutions to do that. But I think on the other hand, we have departments that are doing that, and if they're not, we need to move on, because it's too many times over and over again. I mean, my girls went through our school system. I see it since I've been elected. Too many times we are not engaging and bringing our families in our schools. There's no reason for it. Absolutely none. Why are we not having volunteer signups on the day of open house at all levels? Your high school, your middle school, your elementary schools. They're leaving for middle school and the high schools. Why are we not asking them? Why aren't we asking, give us 5? If every parent gave 5 hours in our schools, can you imagine the change that would happen within our schools? Those are the campaigns we should have. They don't cost us a dime. But do you know the man hours they would save? Do you know the actual turnaround it would help with our teachers feeling supported, feeling energized? Those are the campaigns that cost us nothing, but the results are huge. So in doing that, I want to see our district bring our parents on our campuses, getting them more actively involved. And with that, we need to make sure that this is readily available to all of our parents. It needs to go home. It needs to be a letter in our first day packets where they can find it. It needs to be on the front page of our website. Any policy that comes directly from the Student Code of Conduct needs to have a direct link to the Student Code of Conduct. These parents need to know where they are, and they need to be just as responsible as informed. They need to be partners in this, not just I'm calling them when. And I think that's critically important. Listen, I have done behavior analyst for years. I have done PBIS in my own home, but it's been my partnership with my teachers, partnership with my guidance counselors as a parent, because ultimately it's my responsibility how my child behaves in the schools that they attend. And so we need to bring them in as more partnerships. And I look to that for our district. And I don't see that increase in the 3 years I've been here. I don't see that increase in our schools. I don't see where we're increasing that. So I need to see those. I need to see them on our campuses, not just at a meeting after school, but every day, all day. They need to be actively involved in our schools. And that's what's going to change some of this. And so I don't want to get to the code of conduct. I don't want these kids to get in trouble. I want them to want to be there. I want them to want to be engaged. And this is just in case. In case this happens, here are the results. But we should be doing things long before we get here. And that's what we should be spending our time talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Well, Mr. Graves, look like you got a superstar committee there. Because I know all those people on your committee, and I know they care about students. And it's always great to have a committee that cares about students. You know, as we discuss discipline, discipline is really a moving target. Code of conduct is a moving target. Because next year we may be talking about something else, some other consequences, some other discipline problems we have. But as long as you keep a good committee together, you're going to address those problems. And I know discipline is very difficult because everybody knows discipline. If you got a child, you know discipline, but you don't know the school discipline. Because everybody works on their own discipline plan on themselves. You know, I've had many people call my office and they say, well, I know discipline because I keep my child, but we're not talking about your child. We're talking about a whole lot of kids. We're talking about a group of students who may very well be disciplining everything, may be different in everything you disciplining out to a student. And it's good to have these people. It's good to have that committee because they know they've been dealing with students. I see Mr. Walker over there and Dr. Walker and my girl over there. I mean, so we know, you know, it's important. It's important to have a great committee. And it's important to have a good code of conduct. And it's important to have communications from the school to the community. That's really important. My success came as a principal, not because I was so outstanding, but I had outstanding people working with me to have communication going out to the community. So we work on that community because this committee is superstar. We got a superstar committee here. So let's continue to work, doing the things that we're doing, and I know we'll be successful. But wait, let me not say that, because everybody's not going to agree no matter what you do. They're not. They're not going to agree. You could do the best you can in the world, Mike. People still going to be disgruntled. But let's do the best we can do for students. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Perez. Well, I agree with a lot of the comments, all the comments my colleagues have made, and I'm going to piggyback on Member Washington's comments that you do have a phenomenal committee. Dr. Townsend Walker, my former colleague at USF out there, you bring so much value to this, and I know the parents that are involved. You've spoken so many times at our board meetings. You bring a very specific lens as well, and you know it's just it just really puts a lot of faith in the document you've created when you have this type of committee providing input. So thank you for the time all of you put into this project. I know you all have busy responsibilities and lives, but we really appreciate your time and efforts around this. This is a very important document because it really sets the tone for our schools and our district. And you know, when we're talking about policies and procedures, as you said, Mr. Graves, the more consistent we can be, the better off it is for our employees, our students, our families, because they understand the expectations. And that's an important piece of, again, going back to what Mr. Washington said about communication. If we're communicating our policies and procedures, parents are going to understand the expectations that we have of their children. I think, what I've said, and I agree with Member Combs, we really have to have zero tolerance for violence and weapons, because this document has to reflect a belief that we are all committed to safe schools. And so there's other places we can be more flexible and individualized, but you know, when it comes to violence and weapons, that's one area that we really have to hold the line. But what I do like too is that, you know, when I was a teacher, there was always the expulsion was like the last resort. And I think what is actually nice about where we're at today and how we educate kids is we never have to really make that decision. And that's not a decision an educator wants to make, because even if the child does something that where they end up, you know, in jail or something that severe, we want them to have access to their education opportunities, because we want an educated society. So I think that's, you know, one place we never really have to go anymore, that we want to make sure that no matter the circumstances or situation, we're committed to providing educational opportunities for students so that they can, you know, have all the opportunities that their future, that other kids have for their future. And like we've all said, you know, many of us have kids, all of us have kids up here, and, you know, they don't always make the best decisions during those teenage years. And we certainly never want a child, no matter what the decision is, to be put in a situation where they can't access an education. So that, I think, is also reflected in this document. So I appreciate the time and effort you put into this. I know you've worked so hard on just getting it right. And I look forward to our principals receiving it. And, you know, I think even they'll find that, you know, a lot of their questions are answered. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Hahn. First, I want to thank you and your team for, you know, the continued dedication to getting this document together. And like Member Washington, I know a lot of your committee members back there. I have a couple of questions to ask. Did you involve any students in these conversations?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
What grades?
It was mostly juniors and seniors of high school. We used, I used a couple different groups. So the one I used, formal group that we used, was the superintendent's committee that they have.
Okay. Were any of the students from alternative schools or success centers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. And for the term of guilt, who determines that guilt in your meetings? When it comes to when it comes to your meetings, you know, as far as what the student has done and issues as far as violations, because now you've changed the meetings from expulsions to meetings, correct? So when something's happening and a student has done something that you're looking at, who determines what that guilt is?
When an incident occurs, the investigation done at the school level. We don't do the investigation at the meeting. So when the guilt, as you put it, is actually determined, I would say, at the school level, we're determining placement of the student at that point.
Okay. Who determines that placement?
At the meeting, it'll be determined
At
by
the
the
meeting.
hearing officer.
Okay. All right. So is it the superintendent, regional superintendent, the
That
principal?
determines the placement?
Yeah.
No, it's the hearing officers themselves.
It's the whole
The
group?
yes.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. Another question. Is there a guidance counselor at these hearings?
At the hearings, no. We have somebody from the mental health department there, though.
Okay. Okay.
Psychologist is there, school psychologist.
All right. And then who provides the trainings for the, you know, the hearing masters, or who's going to be?
We don't have a training per se. What happens is that our 3 hearing officers, well, we're down to 2 right now, they're former administrators. All of them were former principals. And we come in and we discuss kind of what their role is. We use their experience with talking to kids, the relationship they have with students from that point. But there's no formal training for the hearing officer.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. And will returning to a school site with a support plan be an option for the students at all?
From the hearing, like as an option? Yes. We sent back return to school out of, don't hold me to the number, I didn't bring the numbers with me, but roughly we returned about 100 students back from the hearings, between 75 and 100. I don't remember the exact number.
Those are just questions that I received from the community.
Yes,
that
but
wanted to-
they return, yes.
Questions. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, please vote when your lights appear. I read it myself, and it passes unanimously. The next one is the 701, request for proposals for fire alarm inspections. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So the district requires a vendor to provide services to comply with the Florida Fire Marshal regulations, Florida Department of Education standards, and fire alarm regulations. Fire alarm systems and components must be inspected monthly, quarterly, or in semi-annual frequencies based on the components and the system. That is 701 fire alarm inspection. And of course, Mr. Farkas is here if you have any additional questions regarding fire alarm inspection, 701 RFP.
Thank you, Superintendent. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 701. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Gray. Member Combs, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I mean, I just had more of a comment than a question. So, Mr. Farkas, we talked about this. This is coming from the general fund. I look at every item, regardless if it comes from the general fund or not. But looking at this and looking at 2022, where it was $80,000 for these fire alarm inspections, I know having my own private business, we had to have those annually done. But seeing that from 105 to now 2026, $350,000. I mean, that's just an alarming increase. I just wanted to see if you could comment on that.
Certainly. And in the item, it talks a little bit about it. In 24-25 is when we had a vendor that the prices got really high. And so we went out last spring to go back out. That's why there's only a $15,000 spend during the beginning of that year. We tried to negotiate with that vendor, and they went higher than we were comfortable with. So we had to go through the process of ending that bid and going out for another RFP. So if you do a normal 20% increase, it would have been that year, excuse me, $126,000 and $150,000 this year, which would put us close to that $300,000 of where we are now. It's a not to exceed, so we're not going to pay the money except for what we need, but this is a catch-up cost. If it was just for this year, I think it'd be much closer to the $150,000, $175,000 range than what it is now. But to your point, Ms. Combs, the prices have gone up substantially in all the things that we've done in that part too. But that last year not having that in service because the prices went up so much is why this item for 25-26 is so high.
Okay, great. And this is just the kind of contract when I see the 5 years, I really want to see the 5 years because I'm seeing 80,000 to 350. So I see that there's a big change in from 2022, every one of those years. So as we go through, over the new fiscal year, I do want to capture those 5 years because I'm seeing such a big jump from those 5 years. And we're looking at low funding, but we're seeing that these contracts are increasing substantially from those years.
And you're exactly right. And the only reason it's going up only that much, and I say only because it's a ton, is because we did go back out for an RFP to make sure we got competitive pricing.
Yeah, and I saw that. And we just have to keep working really hard on getting as many of those vendors out there to bid on that. Thank you so much. That's it. Thank you.
Member Rendon? Oh, Member Hahn?
That's okay. Thank you, Member Perez. Over the past 5 years, I'm assuming, well, also the cost probably went up because we have more schools. So that's contributing to the cost increase and more buildings that were.
It is, but we do have more schools and more inspections, but it's also the cost of what they're charging us.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I know. It's something we should have kids get a CTE certificate in and start doing that for us.
Start that work program. We can charge them while they're training.
Look, I think over at Mitchell Elementary, right, we have all new windows going in, and we have students at Bowers Whitley working to build those windows to put in Mitchell Elementary School.
That's exactly right.
So, and I look forward to visiting over at Bowers Whitley to see that in action. But I'm excited about that we have our own students who are helping with that project. So
the local company
with a local
Hillsborough
company.
County graduate actually too is the person that owns the construction company as well.
Yes, yeah, and that's just a little side note. Thank you,
Member Hahn. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Well, Morgan High School is going to have, had our students working directly on that as well. But what I want to make sure is to mention that I appreciate you going out for an RFP, especially when we see such a rise in cost. But even though this contract is for 1 year with 4 one-year renewals, the expectation is if we're going to pay more for those 2, 3, 4, and 5 years, that we need to bring it back for an RFP to make sure that even though there's grace written in this contract, that is contingent on not increasing the cost.
You are correct, and for those of you that have met Mr. Culpepper, I can guarantee you that is not an issue. He very much looks at that money like his own, and so he does not like the increase in price, that part too. So if it goes up, we'll be going back out for another RFP to make sure, and the board will see it again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Now we move on to item 702, Student Nutrition Services Adult Lunch Meal Price Increase. Shani Hall will highlight this item.
Good evening, board members. This item has to do with a requirement from the USDA. So we participate in the National School Lunch Program, and part of participating means that we cannot use federal funds to subsidize meals for adults. And so annually we are required to look at our price of our meals and to see if our adult meal price covers the cost of the meal. So this board item is asking for an adult meal increase from $4.50 to $5. I know nobody likes an increase in price, but this will ensure that we're not using any federal funds to cover the cost of meals for adults.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C702. I have a motion by Member Gray, a second by Member Washington. Member Gray and, Member Gray.
And thank you, Ms. Hall, and I apologize for you having to stay so late. You're doing a fabulous job, and you're very comprehensive, and your test of time has been wonderful for our kids, especially during the hurricanes. But having said that, I know we're looking at perhaps not getting the federal funds for student nutrition, SNAP, and I worry, as we all do, how our children will be fed, especially when we met with Feeding Tampa Bay, and they're saying already that there's just such a demand for example, vegetables and fruits, etc., because of the farming expenses. So how are we going to handle the pantries, which Farkas may mention, and I know the cost of the free and reduced lunches are going up. So where are we going to fill the void of shortages and expenses for our students?
Well, I can speak to this next year. We know that we anticipate that many families in Florida and across the nation will lose public assistance benefits such as SNAP, which will impact them at home. The good news is that there have been no impacts to CEP, at least for the time being. So I've spoken with USDA and the state to say, do you anticipate any changes coming? And they say at this time, no. So we know for this next year, we will continue to be able to offer free lunch at 198 of our schools and free breakfast at all of our schools to all students. So that is good news as far as being able to provide meals during the school day. We also have 192 schools are eligible for a dinner program. So we are going to push getting as many children to participate in dinner, which will provide an opportunity for free breakfast and free dinner at all of the schools that offer those programs, which is all of our schools offer breakfast. And then for our non-CEP schools, really working with the administrations there, and I've already spoken with our managers. They've just returned this week, and to talk with them about really being present at the open houses and encouraging all families to apply for free and reduced meals so that anybody who is eligible can get that benefit right away. But the good news is that we will not see any changes to CEP for this upcoming year, and we are very excited about that. So even though many of our families might experience some cut in benefits at home, at school, it's going to look very similar to last year.
And that's the good news. And the only other question, there's a huge, we set up our schools, most of them have pantries, food pantries. So are we just relying, and I know we've had meetings, and we're going to have another one, but it seems as though the only one that we have, the big time one, is Feeding Tampa Bay. How are we going to get food continually into those pantries if there's a shortage from their end?
I know they are certainly struggling. One area that we are working toward is trying to work together with our pantries to pilot a program of food recovery. There is waste in our foods, as much as we don't like that. There's food that goes uneaten. And so I'm working with Mr. Farkas and Board Member Vaughn on coming up with a pilot of trying to recapture some of that food so it doesn't go in the garbage, but we can redirect it to pantries. I've already spoken with the Florida Department of Agriculture, and we're getting all of the rules and regulations associated with that to make sure we're in compliance, that the food stays safe, but we will try to recover. There's a lot of food still getting thrown away, and we're going to try to recover that and get it into our families who need it.
You know, Superintendent Van Ayers, you must be so proud of the innovative attempts and Chris Farkas. I mean, you're just so much involved in helping our students in that regard, which is essential because we can't have students coming to school hungry. That just won't work. And I just really appreciate digging deep. And I also ask the board members, should you also have some ideas on, I know food recovery is a good one, very good one, and we'll look at that, but there might be some other ideas or partners. I know Mosaic is a really good partner, but there's other partners that some of the board members may say, can you help out for these food pantries? And I think that's maybe a call to action that we can all consider. So thank you very much, and I'm all done. Member
Thank you,
Perez.
Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And in agreements with Member Gray, I do want to thank Mosaic, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Metropolitan Ministries, and several of our other community partners that have worked with opening several of our food pantries, University of South Florida, University of Central Florida, Children's Home Society, as they work with our community schools, the Brings Foundation, ongoing support within our community to truly public and private partnerships coming together to support our schools. So I would be remiss as we talk about food insecurities that if we didn't highlight those individuals within our community that's ongoingly supporting our families. I know the Lightning has also done that as well. So we have true partners here in Hillsborough County, and the Bucks, partnership with Mosaic is about ready to open another food pantry in a very desert area, and so I'm very thankful for that. But yes, so we do ask any community members that want to partake and be a participant in that we have many schools that we're open to, and we want to continue that. Our partners with ECHO, our partners with the food bank out in Plant City and other areas are truly partners with us in making sure that all of our students have that food security when they go home after they leave our schools. And thank you so much for making sure that you've secured the safety and security of our students in our schools. I know you're up in Washington advocating for our students time and time again, working with our lobbyists as well as going up yourself and really demonstrating to our legislators in Washington what we're doing to provide directly for our children, because ultimately our children are 100% of our future and we need to make sure that they're taken care of. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, please vote when your lights appear. It passes unanimously. The next item is 7.08, the 2025-2026 Tentative District Educational Facilities Plan. Superintendent Ayers?
Thank you,
will
Madam
highlight
Vice Chair.
this.
Board members, you're familiar with this agenda item. You see it every year. This is the tentative, the 5-year work plan. And pursuant to Florida Statute 1013.35, the school board is required to annually approve a district educational facilities plan. This plan outlines long-range facility needs over 5, 10, and 20-year periods. The plan includes project capital outlay revenues, student population growth based on capital outlay, full-time equivalent enrollment, planned construction projects, facility renovations, class size impacts, and the use of portable or temporary instructional spaces. And as you're aware, again, interlocal agreements require local jurisdictions to be provided with a copy of the plan for review and to provide any recommendations to the school board before this comes back to you again September the 30th at that school board meeting. And that is 7:08.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 7.08. I have a motion by Member Gray, a second by Member Hahn. Dr. Hahn and Member Gray, no, Member Combs pulled this item. Dr. Hahn, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. So I just, first, I appreciate the work you put into the 5-year plan, and I know it's well thought out. I just wanted to publicly go on the record to say that I think there needs to be an understanding within the community that just because this document will pass tonight does not mean that this board is approving every individual project in this document. Nor does it mean that every project will stay within the 5-year plan or stay within the position. I mean, there are some schools that have been on the 10-year plan for 12 years, you know, I mean, so it's a fluid document. And I just, you know, I want the communities to understand that, our community to understand that we're not, this and by no means means that we're saying we're approving every single thing on this document, that they will eventually come before us individually at some point. And they may, you know, like I said, their status may change. They may get pushed up, you know, in years it may get pushed back. And, you know, I just wanted to say that on the record, just so it was clear.
And to reemphasize what you're saying, 100% every single one of the items will come to the board for approval. And I will say, since I've been in this job for 10 years, never has the 5-year plan stayed stagnant.
No, I know.
So
I know, but it had to be said because someone will eventually come to the board and say, but you approved the 5-year plan and that school was supposed to have it done in 2027 and it's 2029 and it's not been done.
It doesn't work quite that way.
And so,
we also get feedback from our partners, as Mr. Ayers said,
Yes.
in his starting thing. So we go to the city of Tampa, Plant City, Temple Terrace, and
Right.
the county. And
Things
say, hey,
change.
give us feedback on what we need on this plan, and this again will be the tentative. So it may change even before it comes back.
Right, and I realize that, being here 7 years now, but I just wanted to go on the record just to remind people that this is a fluid document, it's a living document, and things will come on and off of it as we move through. But the planning is very important. You have to take a stab at this, you have to put things on paper, because you do have to have a plan and make sure you have the resources to do the things you need to do. But, you know, plans change. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Combs?
Thank you, Member Perez. I want to reiterate what Member Hahn said. I mean, when you look at this, you can see that this can be a very fluid document, because I can even see the growth of some areas, and some of our high schools have really grown. When I look at Alonzo High School, when I look at Steinbrenner, our high schools have really grown. And no matter what you do with boundaries, those are always going to be schools of that growth. The other thing I want to say is, it's really important that our county commission knows that we worked very hard to keep that 75% for the CIT tax. I'd read an article a while ago saying we didn't do that. I know, Superintendent, you worked very hard with county commission to not reduce that 75 to 25%. I also reached out to county commission members to talk about it, and I think we need to continue talking to county commission, because the biggest growth is in South County, and no matter how you look at it, no matter what urban schools we close or whatever we do, it's never going to the cost of building a school. Like, what was the cost of Morgan High School?
Just the construction's $176 million, but then we also have the furniture and design fee, so it's going to be just that $200 million.
I mean, when you look at the growth in South County, we have to continue every opportunity we get. We need to talk to county commission and say, listen, you want to build roads, you want to build all these things. How about schools? How about fire stations? How about police stations? The South County. I live in near Pasco County, on the border of Pasco County, right there. I live in Odessa, that far away, and I can see the growth of Pasco County and what they're doing. And I'm not seeing that in South County, and I know it's not because of you or your hard work, because we know how many schools we know need to open in that area. But where are we going to get this money when we can't even maintain some of our schools? Like we talked about a couple schools in District 1 that are so old, that were built in the 70s and 80s, that need help. So where's all of this going to come from? So County Commission needs to kind of wake up and look at it and say, you know what, you want schools in South County? Yes, I know people are saying no, don't say anything, but guess what? We spoke very nicely. You advocated very hard. We talked about it, and nothing happened. So it's not from trying. It's not from communicating. It's not from asking. It's not from asking nicely, asking aggressively, asking nicely. It's lots of different ways, but we need to wake up and realize that if you need those schools, then you need to make sure that you're also supporting our public schools here in Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Coombs. I was born in the 60s. I'm not old. I'm just saying. I just have to say that. Member Gray.
1950s. Oh boy, that's scary. All right, so and Member Combs is correct, and Mr. Farkas, the lack of a 4-lane road and a stoplight in South County, right across from Enterprising Latinas, we have no safety there. And I'm, Member Combs, just so you know, I'm going to bring that up to the TPO, Tampa Planning Organization, as an agenda item. It needs to be paid attention to. So, and Mr. Farkas, you know the relationship with the BOCC. We've had ups and downs throughout the years, but we gotta start working. Well, I don't have to tell you because and Superintendent Van Ayers, we have to have. It has to be a complementary situation where, okay, we're building a school, so the road safety has to be in place, just like the infrastructure of pipes and waters, and yes, the traffic light, the sidewalks should be one big package. That's ideal. But at any rate, point well said. The point I wanted to say is when Mr. Lewis and Jamie, back at it, when you start planning for our financial future, I am curious if any of this wonderful fluid document goes into your considerations in terms of financial planning. And this is just an obscure, well, I know, but does Chris's budget, I know you two get along.
No, please,
share.
I'd love some of his money, so please, look forward to the answer to this question.
So let's see.
As a response, I also love taking Chris's money. So I think it is important, and I think you see the cabinet working at a strategic level where that needs to be part of a bigger plan than just finance, just in construction. It's a holistic approach to where we're going in our district. So, I mean, Chris and I talk. We do joke it's his money, my money, but in reality is it's not. And we use those and we utilize them the best we can. I think you see that relationship on a yearly basis. I think we're building that as we look at where we're going and how we're going to use our facilities and just everywhere and everything. And so I think it's really critical that we look at that, but we don't think of it in silos. We think of it as a holistic plan, part of our strategic plan for the district and where we're headed.
And if I can dovetail on that, an important part when we interviewed Jamie and hired him was that he had a background in facilities as well. In his last job, he did both those. So it's a unique perspective. He has an understanding that he's, kind of asked for money everywhere. That's part of being a CFO. But that understanding and that relationship and building on that's an important part of us as we go towards the future. Because as we've talked about, and many of the board members you've all talked about, do we have enough money to build the schools? If you look on the we call the pretty sheet, or where we're building new schools, there's 4 schools in that last 5th year that are 2 elementary schools and some other schools. They're completely unrealistic. There'll be funding for that. So I look forward to our conversation September 16th to talk about what our options are as a board and as a district to kind of meet those needs, because I agree not building schools will cost us FTE. So we need to talk about what that next step is. We look forward to that conversation on the 16th as well.
Yeah, and I would just add, Ms. Gray, so when you think about how the capital and operating work together, expenses on the capital side ultimately produce revenue on the operating side, right? So as we build new schools, and we look just at Aiden that we opened last year, I mean, there's 600 to 700 on a waiting list there. So these new schools, these expenses that we have on the capital side ultimately will help produce revenue on the operating side. So yeah, we'll look forward to the 16th and that conversation around on where we're headed as a school district.
And thank you for that. And Chris, what I was going to mention too, we're going to cover this in the growth management powwow that we're having shortly. But on that list I was sharing with you, the four, I think we should add innovative, what kind of innovative schools, models are we going to come up with? I know K through 2, and I know there's a private school, I think, in Miami-Dade. There's outside of the box thinking that I hope that, and I would think the board members will also give you some models to think about. So, all right, that's enough for my comments. Thank you, Member Perez.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I agree with Member Combs that our county commission needs to be responsible for the growth that we have and we see in both South County and East County and even parts of Odessa in that area alone. But I also have to remind us that I sat in a press conference with Member Perez, and I sat there on the day in which the county commission voted for the CIT, and only 3 new builds out of this 5-year plan were listed on what we provided the county commission that they were going to be responsible for. So we have to take responsibility that we have to put down what we prioritize. And I cannot vote yes on this 5-year plan because nowhere in here am I seeing the new builds for our new area of new growth. 8,000 new homes at 50% are already built in Plant City. The county has already said 500 new students to Plant City High School in the next 3 years, which means, according to their counts, will probably be 700 students because that's what we've seen by what they tell us. And yet it's not even listed here, not one of the 3 schools. Whether or not this is fluid or not, we prioritize by what we put down. I even said when we did the MOU with the county, I made sure that we put those other schools listed because we were not even going to do that with our MOU to the county. And I made sure these other things were put down there because they made decisions based upon information we provided. So I'm not going to approve this 5-year plan because this 5-year plan is not accurate for the needs of our district. Shields Middle School is sitting at over 2,000 middle school students with the entire 6th grade in portables because we didn't plan properly for the students that are coming to our district. I can't blame the teachers. I can't blame the administrators. I blame us, the leaders of this district. And if we continue to approve plans that are not accurate for the needs of our district, this shouldn't be an automatic approval. There's not one school in Plant City that's going to address pre-K through 12 of the growth in Plant City for over 8,000 homes that are already under construction. We've already bought the property. You've got it not even listed. Yet we want to put on this same schedule a school that we closed. This is what we're talking about. This is where we have to put the priority. This is where I talk about when I talk about certain funding that can be used in other ways. We can use mental health dollars for teacher salaries. We can use capital funds for teacher salaries if there's a need. But we have to do our jobs to make sure those other areas we can pull funding from can be used where it needs to be used. We should have already gotten more on the CIT because we should have told them we needed 7 new schools in the next 5 years. But instead we gave them 3. And they were their responsibility, but we didn't tell them what we needed, which was ours. So we have to do, this is not a just pass on. I am voting no because this is not accurate for the needs of this district. And if it's written down and it's passed, this district believes that we did that. And the community needs to know this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable. This is not what our needs of our school are accurately. So that is why I'm going to vote no.
All right, no further questions? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes with Member Rending dissenting on the vote. Next is item 1001, increase expenditures for requests of proposed Microsoft EES licenses. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Academic Services, Professional Development, and IT have collaborated on bringing transformational AI technology to the classroom, administration, and back office. Microsoft Copilot is an AI-powered productivity tool that will automate tasks, summarize data, and streamline workflows, allowing staff to focus more on student outcomes and strategic goals. Teams Premium provides intelligent recap and live translations, elevating both instructional delivery and administrative collaboration. Unified Support provides proactive advisory services and escalation support, ensuring smooth implementation and maximizing our return on this investment. And that is 1001, which is the increase in expenditures for our Microsoft licenses.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. I need a motion and a second to approve item C1001. I have a motion by Member Grays and a second by Member Combs. Member Rendon and Member Gray, you pull this item. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I was looking at my notes to verify. I think I'll pass on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions or comments, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Next item is 1003, Carasoft Technology Corporation for Computer Associates Technologies Software Licensing Renewal and Support. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So this is the licensing required for continued operation of the district's mainframe while we transition the remaining workloads from our modern systems. This software allows for the continued access to historical SIS data, as well as providing licensing to ensure adult ed and a few smaller support applications remain functional as we seek to move on to the newer platforms. And that is 1003.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Gray and second by Member Washington to approve item C1003. Member Combs, you've pulled this item.
Hi, Mr. Gaffner. I don't want to make sure it's worth your time. You spent the whole day here today, so I want to make sure to not pass over. But once again, this is another general fund where it's gone from $635,000 to like 1.2 million, kind of more of like a monopoly type of thing where we need them. So if you could just go over that, and when we look at something that's doubled and why, if you could give a quick 30-second explanation, that would be great. Thank you.
Of course. Broadcom purchased CA Associates. They've changed their licensing strategy over the course of the years since our contract. They're pushing more of a long-term 3 or 5 year agreement and a bundled solution. Most of these bundled extra software does not apply to us. I do want to point out, since this agenda was submitted, we are now down to a 50% increase, at least as of 2 days ago. They came back with a lower quote. But again, this is across the board. United Health is actually pursuing a lawsuit against Broadcom based on their pricing practices right now.
Okay, well, great. Thank you. Then I'm really glad I pulled it, and thank you for speaking on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Gray.
Mr. Gaffner, I'm very impressed with your knowledge level. I think it was, let me get it right, 10 years with our district, 15 years, 20, yeah, 15
years with the district. Ma'am.
Okay, and almost 25 years in the tech industry?
Correct.
There it is. Okay, so, my questions are very simple. There is a huge increase, as you mentioned. We are going up to 24% of an increase. You're ripping the Band-Aid, so we're only going to do a 1 year versus extending it. So can you share the attempt that they're doing? They're bundling the software, and they're going for long-term contracts, and what you're suggesting or you're recommending is just to get it over with, do a 1 year. Just expand on that.
Yes, sir. It's a lower annual payment over the course of a 3 or 5 year term. Our plan right now is to be off of the mainframe within a year. There is no out clause on a 3 or 5 year agreement with their terms. So at the end of the day, I believe the last proposal they put in front of us was $800,000 a year for a $2.4 million on a 3 year. That would be the cheapest way that we could move forward. So for us to move forward in a 1 year term is a cost savings, a net cost savings.
Well, and thank you. And I think my remarks would only ask why the huge increase to the point of 14 to 20%, and then it's up to 24% increase in this technology, with AI being a driver in terms of increased licensing, et cetera.
We've seen this with Broadcom across all their strategies that they've purchased. We've avoided VMware, and for one instance, actually was a benefit to us. But again, they are a sole source. There is no other option to purchase the software. So again, we are stuck with this, and through the main distributor, Carahsoft. So we did not have another middleman to pay for a licensing fee, where we're not getting any added value for it. It's really a licensing key.
Okay, well, and thank you for your knowledge and your explanation. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Seeing no further comments or questions, please vote when your lights appear. It passes unanimously. And now, next item is 10:05, Analytics Staff Augmentation. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. It's our last agenda item. So this is IBI Solutions is a staff augmentation that provides specialized skill sets in data analytics and data warehousing developers for the Education Data Warehouse. EDW is tightly integrated into the SIS and being realigned to Focus. EDW is used to provide business process support for teacher and administrative evaluations, ESOL compliance, FT roster verification, and the principal pipeline. So this is a general fund expenditure that IT has covered in previous years. That's 1005.
Thank you, Superintendent. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1005. I have a motion by Member Gray and a second by Member Combs. And Member Gray, you pull this item?
My comments just reflect the need that I shared with you, Mr. Gaffner and Superintendent Van Ayers. The previous CTO, we asked over and over for a 5-year plan, 3-year plan, a plan, period. A plan which shows the strategies of networking, safety, licensing, projected costs. I think what we're going to do, and I know this to be true, that we're going to hand this idea to the new CTO. Mr. Farkas, will you make a remark?
You're 100% correct. Mike Geddes starts with us on Monday. It's coming from the military, not unlike Scott. And Scott, I want to commend Mr. Gaffner has done such an incredible job of doing it. I mean, I can't say enough positive things about him, and he'll be vital to us. So to answer your question, Ms. Gray, Scott and I have had a lot of conversations over the last couple months. So we'll be prepared for that and be prepared for the new CTO to kind of look at it, make sure that he's in agreement to go. I think that will be one of the first things they do, is to talk about where our staff is directed. But more importantly, and Scott and I literally had this conversation this morning, what is the direction for the next 5 years, and what is the board going to see? What board items can you expect to see in each of the areas? In the classroom for devices, software, safety and security, meaning our SOC and what goes on with that, but then also the infrastructure part of it too, our wireless and kind of the access points and things like that. So the board can 100% expect to see that in a very quick measure. And again, he starts on Monday, but Scott Gaffner has been a huge part of literally building a bridge to what we've done and making sure that he's done a great job, and he'll be a big part. He's already met with Mike and Mr. Geddes, and we look forward to kind of working together to get that to the board, because you deserve that.
Well, and I thank you for that. And again, Mr. Gaffner, thank you for your expertise. And Mr. Farkas, thank goodness we're bringing an expert on board, because we need that, and we need the direction, and we need to have the idea of where all the money and how it's being spent, etc. Thank you. Member Perez, I'm done.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. This is one of those items that we're asking for staff again. The volume of staff in our ID department has got to have, and I know they do, they've got professional knowledge. Like yourself, you've got a ton of professional knowledge to be able to do this, and we keep having more and more items come before the board where I'm unable to get a full accounting of exactly how many contracted staff we have working in IT. On top of, we've got 200 staff that are working in the IT department, another 100 IT staff working in our schools. And yet we're here back again with another contract for another outside contract when I don't even know how many other outside IT contracts we have. It doesn't matter whether it's $1 or $2 million. The answer's got to continue to be no until we get some clear, understanding answers of exactly how this department is run. At the end of the day, many of our problems with our FTE is because we don't have a good accounting of how many people are in our schools. And that's because of the software we're using. And this is just an unacceptable fact. We want to pay our teachers. We've got to do better as a district. We've got to bring that money in. We've got to make sure we account for every single student. We've got to make sure that our IT is running. 200 staff in this department that are not in our schools. And I don't even know how many contracted employees because I've yet to get the request is yet to get a result from me. Nobody's given me that information. No one tells me how many do we have. So I'm going to say no to any contract employee outside for something like this when we should not be having another one. We already signed this contract when we brought them on. We brought another contract on when we were converting from Synergy to Focus, and we paid, I believe, almost $500,000 for them to come through to finish us up until we got rid of Synergy, which said we were going to be done this year. Why am I got another $300,000 in front of me? $300,000 is 4 staff. 4 at our single salaries. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. The difficulty that this has caused our staff moving forward. So my answer is going to be no until we have a good accounting of exactly what our full department is doing. We've got great staff in there. I'm not just accounting the type of staff or what they're doing, but we need to have an accounting of exactly what they're doing. When you've got a department of over 300 employees and then you've got contracted staff on top of that, we have to know what they're doing, not just bring us a contract. We should have a full accounting. If you're bringing us another outside contractor, what's everybody else doing? So we don't ever have that. So I'm going to vote no on this until I have a clear understanding of what this department is doing and who's doing what. Because if I can't get an accurate account for the FTE, and we can't. We already know the Attorney General said in 23-24 that we did not. We were not accurate in our attendance. We already know that when we sent in for our third count, the state of Florida is saying we're less students, and that's why we're less money. And yet, we know we're not less students. We know we've not lost students in our district. That means our IT department is not doing the job with all the consultants, with all the numbers. So I'm not giving them anything more until they start giving back. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Seeing no further questions or comments, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes with myself and Member Rendon descending on the vote. I know, I'm getting there. All right, now we're going to move into superintendent comments.
All right, we made it to the end. So my updates this evening, board. So this Friday, all of our 24,000 plus employees, everybody will be back on Friday, August 1st. So I know I'm excited. I know the board you are as well. We've been through some of the back to school stuff, so it's exciting that on Friday we'll have all of our teachers returning, and I know a lot of them celebrating the great results that they've received. So I know a lot of you will be out at the first day for teachers. So great day coming up this Friday. In the meantime, we've had our back to school media tours. I've been with WFLA. I was with ABC this morning. They will air those at the end of this week and beginning of next week. Basically, and I was excited to highlight all of our schools and speak about the incredible results from last year with our improvement in proficiencies in school grades. I want to thank Principal Cooley at Kenley that hosted, we were with WFLA, and then Principal Morgan over at Broward, Emma over at Morgan, used their campuses for these interviews. But we're back in the swing, and those will air later this week and beginning of next week. And I also I think I have Fox next Monday. But all just exciting with back to school news. And our Bullets Family Back to School Bash. I know at our just a week ago, we had our back to school, the building of the backpacks, and I know Vice Chair Perez, Dr. Hahn, Member Rendon, Member Hahn, Member Rendon were there at the build, and then the following week we had our giveaway, and at that giveaway, we were able to join school board members and thousands of families for that back to school bash. I want to, of course, thank Thaddeus Bullard. He's just a tremendous partner in our community. So thank you there. And I noticed Miss McCray in the picture. I didn't see you at the build though, Miss McCray. You just showed up at the giveaway. You're too hot. I know, I don't need to call you out. You get all the accolades all the time. I got to call you out when I can. Right. So we had over 30,000 backpacks. I think I need to mention also, because at the build, Dr. Hahn's pretty competitive. Because talk about that, Chris. With this, please bring that up, because this was like, I think I even gotten. No, I'm not going to say it. Go ahead.
I'm not going to say it's an unhealthy competition,
Yeah.
competitive side for Dr. Hahn, especially when she sent her kids to Tennessee. But no, she was very competitive and reminded me of the giveaway that she won, and her team was the fastest one, and how many they built, and how many more we built as Hillsborough County Public Schools than all the other partners we had. So we take pride in that. I actually very much admire that about Dr. Hahn. But we did build more backpacks. I think they almost threw my son out of a couple of boxes, but other than that, it was a great build.
Yeah, and your son, wasn't Josh in the box? Like
he was. Dr. Hahn almost hurt him, but we were able to get through and keep it moving.
Throwing them on him. Right. But again, all this because of Thaddeus and his commitment to we hear about Sly, but it's truly across this entire school district, his impact. So thank you to Thad, and it's nice for all of us to be involved. And Member Combs, that you were there on the giveaway as well. So just great to see so many of our board members out at the Back to School Bash. And one more, we got many. Here's one hosted by Tampa Bay Parenting. This is the one at West Shore Mall. We are the presenting sponsor for this year's Back to School Fair in partnership with Tampa Bay Parenting Magazine. This fair will take place at West Shore Plaza on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There will be live entertainment, activities, workshops, speakers, and 50 vendors offering valuable back to school information. I know if as big as it was last year, it was a ton of people at West Shore Mall for that Back to School Fair. And we were just together, all of us, last Wednesday for a lot of the summer graduations. So last Wednesday, we had the honor of awarding summer graduates. So, and Mr. Brady brought to my attention, we had 96 students over our high schools that graduated with that summer diploma. Important to know about the summer diploma, that date on the transcript, it dates back to the end of school year. So all of our summer grads on their transcript, it's the same diploma, same date. They just, had maybe one class or two to get through or possibly passing a concordance score, but we had 96 of our students, and we were, we had our summer graduation. So congratulations to all our students. So we are also very proud of them. And just today, this week, today I met with my Student Advisory Council, so I'm very excited about this group that we have this year, our juniors and seniors. So it was our 2-day orientation, and I met with this group, and we will meet with them regularly throughout the year. But we have our new juniors that are now in the group. The juniors of last year become seniors. So this is a group that I look forward to working with. Our next meeting will be in September. But this, we keep getting better in this group. I'm really excited about their work. And you heard a little bit about them today, even in the code of conduct. So excited for this group of advisory council students. So we had a good last couple days. And as our board members, as you're aware, we had our joint principals district administrator meeting, which is kind of and when you get to that joint principal is kind of, we're back in full session. So, it was wonderful to see our principals and district administrators last Thursday at Jefferson High School for our annual joint meeting. Thank you to Principal Kennedy and her team for hosting us. We discussed some of the incredible gains that took place during this past school year and things to focus on as we head into the 25-26 school year. And I'm incredibly grateful for the dedication and passion that each of them bring to our district. And, as I mentioned, board members, at this meeting, we talked about the energy energy in that room that day was absolutely remarkable. Just to hear the excitement for this upcoming school year. We here get caught up in a lot of the business of the school district. You get to that and you see all the energy and excitement for this upcoming school year. We also had a guest speaker, Jesse Casas, who he called you out, Miss Gray, by the way, for leaving early. And Karen too. Yeah, he called you guys out for leaving early, but he was a phenomenal speaker. So yeah, great feedback as well. And Ms. McCray, thank you, you and Stevanya for setting that up. It was a great event, and the speaker was fabulous as well. And just a couple other things. So just this week, last week we introduced our new district website and school pages. The communications team and our vendor Apogee have been busy all summer migrating our old website and to be ready for the start of the new school year. Our new site not only looks refreshed, but it also is more user friendly as well. I want to give a shout out to Ms. Arja, you and your team, when you and I was on you a little bit about making sure that this rolled out correctly, and it's been really great rollout. Our new websites look refreshed. As we talk about communications and selling our product, having this website, we heard really very great positive feedback around our new websites as well. And with that, which is new, to go hand in hand with the new site, we also launched our new first ever HCPS branded mobile app. So now you have an app, HCPS mobile app, which is easy access to important information on our website right on your phone. So if you haven't done so, it's our HCPS mobile app. What it looks like is this. So when you go on the App Store and download, it's the HCPS mobile app. We have our Focus app and Canvas. I just want to take a moment, so we've got 3 different apps that are out there. Our mobile app is where you find information like our calendar, district news, and department information. Focus, which is up and running, going great so far, is where our attendance information, student schedules, test results, and report cards are found. And then we have our Canvas app, is where students can find assignments, their daily grades, and communication with their teachers. This is a good one-pager here that talks about our different modes of communication between our app, Focus, and then Canvas. So thanks to everyone working behind the scenes. And I failed to do so at the principal meeting, but I want to give a shout out to Matt Hoff with the implementation of Focus. He's kind of been leading that effort, and we're hearing really good things around Focus. And of our SIS and the hiccups we have last year, I want to thank Matt and his team for his leadership in this transition. And that is it. We're excited to welcome back everybody on this Friday, and I hope everyone had a wonderful summer break, and we look forward to welcoming our students back to school on August the 11th. And what's interesting here is, like I talked to our students this morning, this is the first time I think we've started on a Monday, August 11th, in quite a long time. Usually, you guys know we start on Tuesdays, Thursdays, so we have a full week back, Monday, August 11th. So hope everyone's rested up and ready to go, and those are my comments.
Thank you, Superintendent. Now we will move into board member comments. Board members, just a reminder, you have 5 minutes each to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Member Gray?
Okay. Superintendent Van Ayers, we are beginning the new 2025-26 school year with a strong leadership team. But I want to take a moment to express appreciation to all those players, and I want to thank our regional superintendents and leadership team, our school site principals and APs, our dedicated teaching staffs, our paras, our transportation drivers, our custodians, our food service, our resource officers, all who have made our last year academically successful, and all which provide a positive culture for our students. What a team you have. And that's a back to school type message that is emblematic of this district. It's just a great amount of employees that are doing the right thing. Healthy schools and healthy developments. Don't play it yet, Pablo, but just in a second. Hillsborough Healthy Schools, and I know Superintendent Van Ayers, I was supposed to come there yesterday, but in partnership with Baycare plus Florida Blue and the Alliance for a Healthier Generation, celebrates national recognition of Brandon and King High School as the 2 healthiest schools in the nation. And for the 2025-26 school year, our Hillsborough Healthy Schools Gold, Silver, and Bronze winners will work in conjunction with the Alliance for a Healthier Generation, with the goal of all of our school sites being nationally recognized as the healthiest schools in the nation. So that's going to be a great feather in the cap. I want to thank Pablo. You can just play it. It's kind of watching me be uncoordinated, but Aetna does a little I want to say a little vitality show to get our employees in shape, and they asked me to do something. And is it on the screen, or I don't want to do it?
Hey everybody, this is Coach Mike with Aetna, and welcome to Well-Being Workouts. Today we're going to be doing Tabata, and today's a special workout because we have School Board Member Gray here.
Yes, and we're all going to experience the joy of movement.
Excellent. So let's get started with a quick little warm-up to get started, so we can start with just some marching out. We're just about to start. We're going to start that prepared 10-second timer right now, and we have 10 seconds. This will be all for time. We're going to start with those Heismans, those lateral shuffles. We're going to start in about 5 seconds. So get ready. 3,
I do not have pink
2,
hair.
And begin. So you're shuffling to the side. You can put a little pause, up and over. Just like that. You can pump those arms. Again, whatever works.
All right,
if it's a side
turn
shuffle
it
with a
off.
drive.
This
10
is not
seconds
a comedy
with
show.
a drive. Whatever you can do, just get that heart pumping. Good. This is for those
I
lateral
get going
glutes. I'm doing
after
a
a
side
while.
shuffle. 3, 2, and rest.
You know,
I'd like to thank Mrs. Gray for joining us, and I will see you next time.
Hey there, Hillsborough County. I wanted to thank you so much for participating in this wellness session with Coach Mike. I bet you feel a whole lot better now than before you started, right? As you take time to prepare your students for life, I'm so glad you are also taking time for your own health. Stay motivated and continue inspiring others. Thank you.
So, all right, we put ourselves out on the limb and tried to show our coordination. Thank you, Member Hahn, and the rest of you for not getting up and replicating that. But Dina Marshall, who is emblematic of Aetna Vitality, has been such a player in keeping our school district healthy and employees healthy. In fact, today in the lobby, they were doing the Coach Mike Patterson's workout. So I don't know if Van Ayers was doing that as well, but probably not. But I'll tell you something, Farkas, you're going to go ahead and have to show us a replication of that, because that has to be done. That has to be done. It has to be shown. And by golly, Pablo, you can expect that next board meeting. So, all right. Pablo, show photo before I'm out of time, which usually I am. This is all about the major players, and we mentioned South County is the biggest growing area of Waimama, which needs to have a stoplight for our schools. But we are now going to put an increased access to adult education and essential resources for families and residents in South County. This adult education center will be at Shields in 2027, and it will offer language acquisition, GED completion, digital literacy, and community integration. Thank you, Marcos Murillo, for being the huge standard bearer and enterprising Latinas. Superintendent Van Ayers, we have a lot to look forward to. I can't believe I'm out of time, but I am. So thank you, Michelle Luongo, for her adult education director, and I'll cover this next time. Thanks. Bye.
I'm going to take my time to do some of the shuffle.
Member Combs?
Okay. Okay. Anyways, I'm just going to have a couple comments. Summer graduation. Thank you to all the administrators, district leaders, and everyone who came out to summer graduation. You know, these students really show so much resilience, and their principals never, ever give up all the way to the end, to the summer, trying to support them, make sure they get through that graduation line. I did want to give a special shout out to Alexander Rivera, who is such a big advocate for Hillsborough County Public Schools. I remember when I first got elected, when I was first running for office, my phone kept ringing and ringing and ringing, and I was like, whoever this is, they're so persistent and they just don't give up. and come to find out it was Alexander. So over the last 5 years, he's just worked so hard. And I think when you look at ingenuity and things like that, that's exactly when you see how hard our district worked to make sure that Alexander and his sister got to the finish line and that he has options and support. And he's so loved by this district, and every board member knows him and they really care about him. He's just one of the great examples of what this district is about and what the future is. And I was really so touched by him today when he came up and he spoke, and there's a picture. And I know Susan Valdez has really advocated and known Alexander forever, and she's really been a big part of his life. So we were there for that graduation. And then obviously the Bullard Family Foundation, Back to School Bash. There's so many events coming up. We're really excited about that. And thank you to all the sponsors and, of course, Thaddeus Bullard for everything he does to support our schools and beyond. It's just really wonderful. And then finally, I just want to do a special shout out to, I met with a couple individual students yesterday. One of them is Sophie Farnan, who's now going to be a senior at Sickles. And I just want to, talk about her event. And I also connected today with somebody from Brandon High School. Everyone knows Pam Glass. She's just amazing. So we're going to try to put this out in Brandon too, so that way we can hit 2 areas. She's a senior. This is something that we want to continue having, but she's just got all these clothes for kids who, homecoming is just very difficult for guys and girls, but she has all these clothes that kids can come in. I can tell you last year when I was there, seeing these seniors who came in who said they would have never gone to the dance if it wasn't for the clothes, and having them be able to try on these beautiful clothes. I mean, she's done a great job, and this is something that she wants to continue with. So we'll continue. We'll send this out to all of our high schools, and hopefully we're going to do something in South County too, because it's so difficult for some of those people in South County to come all the way to Sickles High School. It's really far. So we're kind of working on that to make sure that we have access for kids at homecoming and also prom. So we'll kind of push this out more. And it's just, just yesterday, you meet all these amazing student leaders, people like Alexander and other individuals, and they're so thankful for Hillsborough County Public Schools. We talk about it all the time, what our students have to offer, the opportunities that we offer them, not just at graduation and beyond, and we really are a family. So thank you, and congratulations to all our seniors, and we're looking forward to a great school year. I feel it's great that we received that federal funding. That was so important. I think Hillsborough County handled it well. We didn't panic. We just kind of made sure we were advocating, but just stayed the course, and I think that's really good. And we just have to continue advocating at the state level and continue working hard to make sure that our teachers and our our security and everybody is paid a livable wage. Hearing people today, I have to tell you, that's always one of the hardest parts about being a board member, sitting here and listening to people who I know for a fact, because I know even for me, I'm driving my 08, it's like, I don't want to drive a car with 260,000 miles, but hey, that's what I have to do, right? To continue to advocate. So I think it's very, very challenging right now. And we just have to keep pushing for those salaries on every level for everyone and just continue working hard. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Hunt?
Thank you, Member Perez. I spent some time out at MacDill Air Force Base, one at the MacDill Committee for Educational Excellence. We had our meeting, and we had a group of students out there who were from Ought to Be a Bill, and they talked about the bill that they brought up to Tallahassee and passed. And so that was really special, and I will tell you, our base commanders were very impressed and touched. None of them were military children, but they have friends who are military children, and so they were advocating on behalf of their friends and community. So that was really special. They each got a special commemorative coin from MacDill as well, and a certificate. And then I was out at MacDill again this week, and that was for a group of teachers who were there for the DoD Education Activities STEM grant. The DoD gives 650 grants out a year to 130 school districts, and we were one of them. So our teachers get to go out there for the day, and they get to tour the whole base, places I've never even seen on base that they get to tour, and they get to interact with different folks on the base and hear about different job opportunities and all the STEM that happens out on the base. And really the intent is to build that STEM pipeline. They take this information, they integrate it into their classes, and then they can use MacDill as a resource for their students and for themselves. So it's really professional development for our teachers, and it's just an all-day field trip, and it's so, I mean, you are behind the scenes, so it's really exciting. So I want to thank our teachers that participated in that, and thank MacDill for hosting that event. I was out at the literacy bus. They were on one of their last stops. They've been all over the community this summer, partnering with folks like My On Street Team. If you didn't get a chance to go out this summer to see a My On Street Team in action, they traveled to many of our schools in our districts, and it's a fun program. It's very interactive. And then after that, the kids got to go on the literacy bus and have some free time. And they, of course, all left with a free book that they got to choose of their liking. So that was really fun to see that in action. Thank you to Mayan and to the street team this summer and all the work you do around literacy to build the love of reading. And then, of course, it was the back to school event with the backpack build, and then the following weekend, back to school bash with the King of Kings, Thaddeus Bullard. If you know, you know, and if you don't, you should find out. It's kind of cool. And so anyway, it's always such a powerful day to see 30,000 families and children come through that event, whether it's not just backpacks, it's eyeglasses, it's haircuts, it's medical exams, it's fellowship and fun, and it's an exciting kickoff to the school year. And he, really is incredibly generous, and the Bullard Family Foundation does just an amazing job coordinating that many people moving through, 30,000 people moving through that day. So they're just amazing partners. I've been in this business a long time, and I've never, ever, ever seen someone give back so much as I have seen Thad do. And I know it comes from his heart. You walk through that school with him, and he knows the names of all the kids, and they know him, and it's really beautiful. But it was a great way to kick off the back to school. I want to welcome everyone back to school. Summer went really fast. Like, oh my gosh, so fast. So I know that everyone probably had a busy summer, but I know as a former teacher, I love the first day of school. Mm-hmm. Something about like starting fresh. It was exciting, and kids are excited and teachers are excited. It's just a fresh start, and it's always lots of fun. So I wish everyone well coming back, our teachers, our principals, our staff, and back to the 5-day work week. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn. Member Rend.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Again, thank you to the Bullard Foundation, Thaddeus Bullard, for, that is just a huge event, like Dr. Hahn said, from the dental exams, the medical exams, to the eyeglasses, to the school supplies, books. It was just everything. Packing it, we really appreciate being a part of that, so we support that. And our community members that also support that, as well as Hillsborough County State Fair. Fairgrounds will have, Hillsborough County Fairgrounds will have a back to school event. West Shore, like we said, Parenting with Parent Magazine. I want to thank Sun City Center for putting on a back to school drive this last weekend. I know there's a back to school fair at MacDill Air Force Base as well for their students. I also want to thank the Plant City Chamber, the Valrico Fishhawk Chamber, the Brandon Central Hillsborough Chamber, the Temple Terrace Chamber, and Idlewild Teacher Gala, and then Member Combs, is it West Caba? How do we pronounce that? The Carewood Area Business Association, along with Member Combs and Member Vaughn, for putting on the back to school for our new teachers. It's not just our students, but our teachers that are in need of starting out. And so for all of our new teachers, want to personally thank them for everything that they're doing. want to give a huge shout out to our teachers. It's not just the first day of school for them. They have been preparing for this all summer long. I know even though if they've taken vacations, they're still getting their school supplies ready. They're still studying up on what's next, how they're going to build their programs. And so I want to thank them all very much for all the work that they have done, and excited for this year to go back to school. A big shout out to Aquila J. Morgan High School. We will be having the ribbon cutting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. out at Aquila J. Morgan High School. We're super excited to open that brand new high school. We were hoping for a little bit of relief to our other schools, but we're not going to see that yet with that growth. They're still going to be at full capacity, both Sumner and Leonard High School. So, but we're excited for the new students coming from some from Manatee County and some from our teachers from Manatee County, which is even more exciting. But we're super excited for that new high school. And so that will be tomorrow morning. As we, move back into school, there's so much going on, and we're so thankful as a district for the teachers that we have and the such solid work that they do on an ongoing basis. And so it's an honor for us to celebrate them and celebrate what they do. They are truly the hands and feet that support this district, and we need to make sure that we acknowledge that every single day. So I do want to, and also Member Gray, just so you know, the light at the corner of 674 and East Lake Road will be coming. That is actually on the docket, and until that light is there, there will be a police officer there every morning and every afternoon when we release school. And so that has been a commitment on the county commission that they have said on the dais that they have committed to. And then the sidewalks are also in Target. So they committed that publicly. So that is huge, and that's going to really, for all Latinos in Action in that whole area, that light is so needed. It's also just right after a health center for Suncoast Health Systems. So super excited about all that's happening in Hillsborough County. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Washington?
Thank you, Vice Chair. There's no true secrets to success. Hard work, dedication, and learning from your mistakes. Congratulations to the summer graduates. And Alexander, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. You're a hard-working guy, and you are very dedicated to Hillsborough County. And you know what? One day you might be setting up here. Because I know that's your dream. That's your dream, to set up here. So hopefully you will. I want to welcome all the employees back, and thank you for all the work you have done and all the work you are going to do. Superintendent, you and your staff, thank you all. You guys have really worked hard. The school district, the board members, we all have worked hard for this district because we love this district. And let me not and teachers and employees, hey, look, we're here for you. We want to give you the money. We want to work hard. We want to do that. That's what we do. I could recall back when I was a teacher, and I was making $4,000. I had 3 jobs. I was in the Florida Army National Guards. I worked at Montgomery Ward as a shoe salesman in the afternoon. Yeah, I sold shoes in the shoe department. I would get off from working, and then I was assistant teacher, so I would get off and go to work and work till about 9 at night as a shoe salesman. And then on the weekend, one weekend out the month, I was in the Florida Army National Guard, so I went to drill. And my wife, during that time, she worked at night. She was calling for a roofing company, so we had to work. And I understand, I truly understand. But thank God has blessed us to be where we are now. So it's totally different. So let's come back and have a great year. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Washington. Well, welcome back to school, Hillsborough County. As we approach the start of a new academic year on August 11th, I just wanted to take a moment to express a warm welcome back to our dedicated teachers, enthusiastic students, and hardworking staff members. Your commitment to education and growth is truly inspiring. To our teachers, thank you for your unwavering dedication to shaping the minds of our future leaders. Your passion and expertise make lasting impact on the lives of our students. To our students, get ready for a year filled with new opportunities, exciting challenges, and endless possibilities. Remember to approach each day with curiosity and a growth mindset. And to our staff, you know, your hard work behind the scenes ensures that our schools run smoothly. And I know this board member, and I know all the other board members really appreciate it. Your contributions are invaluable, and we appreciate everything you do to support our school community. Thank you for answering the phone when I have called recently with a parent on the phone full of anxiety to get their student started at school. Together, let's make this an upcoming academic year memorable and successful one. And best luck to everyone as we embark on this new journey together. And I know that we have some parents who still need physicals for their students, and Project Link is providing that resource, and they have some coming up on Saturday, August 2nd, and also close to the last minute, August 9th, in Middleton High School and Dover, but you have to register. So if you reach out to Project Link and register with them, you'll get that student, that physical they need to get into school. And then, Alex, congratulations. You know, I know that you've come a long way, and, you know, you're a great role model for students who, you know, are looking to try to get to that last point, and, you know, your dedication truly is a demonstration of that. Congratulations. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.